Going to crack on. If you want to just grab your seats. Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Transport and Infrastructure Delivery Committee for May. Just a reminder that the event has been live webcast, and we have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place. So anyone online, if you can just make sure you observe them. We have requests for the attendance by electronic link, and I'm satisfied that we're all good to go. So for Matt, who's going to leave early for an appointment, Lotu and Jo, who's her train was cancelled, so she's going to be late anyway. Apologies. Yeah, that's right. Lateness, we have Deputy Mayor and Jo. Early departure, we have Matt, Lotu, the Mayor and Sarah. So any other apologies? Someone like to move? Thanks, Morris. Yeah, you can go now if you like, mate. We're all good. Okay, someone like to move the apologies? Thanks, Greg. Second, Shane. Those in favour say aye. And against, carry. Just a reminder in regards to the declarations of interest and confirmation of the minutes for the meeting Tuesday the 28th of April. Someone like to move? Thanks, Bo. Second, Shane. Any discussion on those? None. All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. We have no items not on the agenda. We have no petitions. We have 2 requests received for public input, and we have approved both. And so the first up is New Zealand Automobile Association, the AA, coming to talk to us about the time of use charging. So come on up. I think we have Martin Glynn, who's a policy director, and Sarah Gaird, the senior advisor. So welcome everybody, and all yours.
Good morning. As you just heard, my name is Martin Glynn, and with me is Sarah Gaird from the AA. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. The AA has been thinking about time of use charging for a long time. We've regularly surveyed our Auckland members, we've looked at international schemes, and we've reviewed all the Auckland work that's been publicly released to date. We've also written opinion pieces and provided commentary in the media, and we're a member of Auckland Transport Stakeholder Reference Group. We have a carefully considered position on time of use charging. We're open to it. Congestion is a huge problem in Auckland, and we accept that there aren't any realistic alternatives that can meaningfully tackle it, so we support it being thoroughly investigated and considered. But it's not yet clear to us whether it's the right thing for Auckland. The handful of cities that have introduced congestion charging have schemes focused predominantly on their city centres, and they all have dense public transport networks that offer genuine alternatives to driving. Auckland, meanwhile, has literally developed around cars, so most of us rely on them to meet most of our travel needs. Auckland's public transport network has improved out of sight over the last 25 years and must and will continue to do so. But all forecasts show that for the foreseeable future, most people will continue to need cars to get around. Significant work is needed before we can be confident time of use charging can reduce congestion without being too much of a barrier for people who need to use cars for their essential trips. To support that work, we're pleased to be here to present you with the findings from our most recent Auckland members survey. We'll use these findings to set out what we think will be key to building social licence for time of use charging, And we'll finish up by providing our views on the things that will need to be worked through to answer the biggest implementation questions. It's just to the left, I think. Yeah. So 2,300 AA members from across Auckland took part in the survey. We've weighted the results to match the age and gender profile of our Auckland members. So there's roughly a 50-50 split of men and women, and around a third were 65 plus, a third 45 to 65, and a third 18 to 44. So the age profile of Auckland's AA members is older than that of Auckland as a whole. But of course, what's most relevant to time of use charging is when people travel. 3/4 of our respondents travel at peak times on some or most weekdays. Our survey mostly focuses on this group. Lastly, it's also worth keeping in mind that this group aren't just in cars, they're also using a range of modes for their peak time trips. We asked respondents who travel at peak times what their main reasons are for doing so. Unsurprisingly, the most common answer was to get to and from work. But of course, there are other important reasons too, in particular for work-related travel, for education, and for medical appointments. Perhaps the most interesting result is that 40% of respondents said some of their peak time trips are discretionary. By that, we mean trips for things like shopping, running errands, visiting friends and family, and exercise or recreation. That's clearly promising for time of use charging, but there's a couple of caveats. We don't know where these trips are being made. They could be mainly shorter trips in the suburbs rather than on the motorways or through other congested areas. And we don't know what proportion of discretionary trips, if the proportion of discretionary trips is similar across the morning and evening peak periods, or they're mainly an evening thing. We also ask people who regularly travel at peak times what's important to them when deciding how they travel. The top 3 answers were reliability of travel time, minimising travel time, and avoiding congestion. It's also worth noting that around 60% of respondents who travel during the morning peak said they always need to arrive at their destination by a specific time, and a further approximately 20% said they sometimes do. I don't think anyone here will be surprised that respondents who travel by car at peak times are finding congestion to be a problem. Almost 90% say it's either a major or moderate problem. All of these results might suggest time of use charging might be something AA members are open to, but they're actually really sceptical about it. Just 19% agree that time of use charging is the only realistic option to manage Auckland's congestion. 63% agree that people only drive on motorways and other major roads at peak times if they have to. 78% think time of use charging would just move congestion around rather than reduce it. 82% think time of use of charging would be unfair for people who can't change when, where, or how they travel. And 85% are concerned that time of use charging could make travel too expensive for some people to get around. But when we asked respondents what they would think if time of use charging substantially improved travel times, there was considerably more support than opposition. That's both a positive and a challenge. It's positive because if Aucklanders believe time of use charging can deliver what it says on the tin, support may well follow. But it's also a challenge because it clearly leaves an open question about how substantial travel time improvements will need to be to secure acceptable levels of public support. Our survey results suggest there are a number of other things that will help build a social licence for time of use charging. I won't dwell on the first 3 because our take is that they're either legislative requirements or will be achieved or at least addressed because of the legislative requirements. But I do think it's worth highlighting the other 3. 83% of respondents think charges should be limited to areas with good public transport. 3/4 think there should be a daily or weekly limit on charges, like London and New York have. and 7 out of 10 want to see financial support for those who need it. I just want to end with a few brief observations on the 3 most obvious and important things we'll need to get right if time of use charging is to be successfully implemented in Auckland. First up, where? We understand the current focus includes the city centre, the motorways, and combinations of both. A scheme focused on the city centre would be consistent with the approach taken overseas. There would be a viable alternative for most trips because public transport to and from the city centre is reasonably good and getting better. But it is unclear whether the congestion benefits would be worth it. Auckland's congestion problem is mostly on the motorway network, but public transport is a less realistic alternative for these trips. Second, how much should the charge be? Ideally, it might be possible to identify what we call a Goldilocks charge. It would need to be high enough to cut congestion by getting enough people who have choices to change their travel. But it would also need to be low enough so that it doesn't put a big stop sign in front of people who don't have choices and have little ability to absorb ongoing charges. Given Auckland's strong reliance on cars for most trips, the AA's position is that any charge should be kept at the lowest level needed to achieve congestion reduction goals. And finally, when should any scheme operate? Time of use charging should only be in place when there is congestion. But how will that be achieved in practice? Should charging apply on Fridays when there's not much congestion about these days? What about school holidays? Thank you, that's all we have to say. I'm very happy to take questions if there's time.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, so questions? Lotte.
Kia ora, and thank you for that presentation. My question is, what have you found from your research and from what your participants have told you around those equity issues? You've got a few questions there peppered throughout. What the time of use, or what your members think of time of use charging and the effect it might have on those, like you say, that don't have choices, who can't choose the hours that they work and so must drive during peak hours.
Yeah, I think that's really the core of the equity issues, combined with where they don't have realistic public transport options to meet that. I think from our research, we'd probably say congestion charging has generally been put in place, and well, almost exclusively put in place in very dense cities, as I said at the start, with those public transport options. So if it's going to work in Auckland, it needs to be something specific that recognises, as you say, there are a large number of people who need to be on the network at a specific time and can't adjust that.
Kia ora, thanks.
Victoria.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Enjoyed it. I'm wondering, how would the time use of charge affect AA and the services you guys provide, and I guess you guys as an organisation business?
We, I think, as probably most people know around the room, the core AA service is a breakdown service we provide. So we have problems in congestion, just like everybody. We're not an emergency services vehicle, so I guess we suffer even more. I guess from that narrow perspective, if Auckland's roads are freed up, it allows us to get it to our members quicker. So that's a good thing.
Thank you. Richard?
Thanks, Chair. And I think you sort of answered my question a bit there. I've got two. One, obviously price, we've seen with the diesel going up, petrol going up, I think it's about a 20% increase in cycling, 6% increase in public transport, and a 6% decrease in vehicle movements. Would you agree that maybe when price is a factor, that behaviour does change where it's possible to change?
I think pricing is a blunt tool. I agree with you totally, behaviour will change. People, I understand from some of the modelling that's been done, particularly out west, it may need to be, people need to get to work. It's a very high price point before they can kind of change their behaviour, and there can be some big implications for that in terms of what has to go in families' budgets.
Yeah. And the other question I had, some of the survey sort of, not makes it sound like, but it almost sort of makes it look like we'd stop those people from driving, and maybe costs would, but say if they were saving half an hour each side of their day, and that could be shown to those people, do you think there's a happy medium where they've actually saved enough on the diesel or petrol and enough time in their day that actually that payment has been worth it? Do you think there's a sweet spot?
I don't know if there's that kind of sweet spot. From what I understand from the average Auckland trip, half an hour saving would be a pretty ambitious average trip time to get. I think if there will be financial savings, you're absolutely right, from people using less fuel. So there's some potential there, but it's a blunt charge, and it's a real big concern is it hasn't been done in a kind of North American or Australasian city that has the level of reliance on cars that Auckland has.
Thanks, Richard. Sarah?
First question, which is related to the second one, will you get a copy of the PowerPoint? Cool. And related to that, thank you very much. It was really helpful presentation, lots of good data. I'm not sure if your data drilled down to this level, but was there a difference in responses in any particular aspect for petrol-only car users as compared to EV or plug-in hybrid users?
No, that's not something we asked. We didn't determine the type of vehicle that people are using.
Okay, Chris?
Apologies, I didn't have a question. I support
Gremlins.
this.
Alf?
Ata mare he mana, good morning, Chair. Ata mare kia koutou katoa to our committee and also to all our kaimahi and the public. Look, my first question is to you, Chair, or to Barry, and then I may have a supplementary question to our presenters. In July of last year, Auckland Transport released the program update and study summary around the time of use charging in Auckland. There were 6 options that were going to be carried forward. Have those 6 options still going forward, or have they been reduced?
So I'll have to check that. I believe they're going forward, but we can check later on, perhaps with Stacey, when we get to the AT review. If we can pick that one up, we'll do the AT. Oh, Hamish may know too. Are you down there, Hamish? Yeah.
Chair, just to give some context, the reason I'm asking, and my supplementary to our presenters, is whether they, as an AA, have considered putting out a survey around the 6 areas that have been highlighted to be forwarded on for more information. That's my supplementary, and this is the context to why I'm asking that first partai, that first question.
Thank you. Very briefly, yes, technical work on time of use charging is ongoing. We are starting to narrow down the options, but no final formal decision has been made to narrow those. And I think once the time is right, certainly we'll continue working with our stakeholders, such as the AA, but when the time is right, we'll be coming back to council to suggest a public engagement approach. So there's opportunity for the public to comment on a narrower set of options and where that focus occurs.
It's coming in June, Alf, so we'll stick with what we're meant to do in public forum and hear from the as opposed to getting questions for staff. So thanks, Hamish. It's coming in June, so you'll get your answer to your question.
And just to narrow down the 6 options that have moved forward from last year, that's what you're confirming?
No, I'm confirming that something's coming in June, and so let's deal with it then, and we'll continue on with our public forum.
Okay, I'll do that in private. Okay, and the question to the presenters may have been asked by Councillor Fully. We know that around this time of congestion charging, there is going to be an impact to those from low socioeconomic areas. We know that. Have you got any information around the impact that it will have, on those vulnerable areas? Kia ora, tēnā kōrua.
Not specific information. Our surveys are of all Auckland members, so we asked that, the questions that we asked, you'll have seen a few slides back, like particularly about the concern about people not being able to pay and that sort of thing. That came out quite high, but we don't break down our results by income.
Okay, thanks. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming along this morning. I think that's been a very helpful presentation. And obviously, your organisation is highly trusted and respected, so thank you for being in front of us to represent your feedback. My question's probably around just understanding your membership. Does that include heavy vehicles, commercial people as well? Because I'm just interested if the AA potentially had any position yet around if heavy commercial vehicles should be potentially exempt from the congestion charging, or if they weren't part of your membership. I could understand why you couldn't comment.
Briefly, no. We have about just over 330,000 Auckland members, and it's primarily a private vehicle, but we work closely with the National Road Carriers Association, and we're aware of some of the issues they're raising. So we're giving some thought to that, but it's not our, in terms of representing cars, basically, it's not our core business.
Toe.
Thank you, Chair. As an AA member, I must have missed that email. How strongly were the responses that said what people wanted was a vast improvement in public transport before we go down the path of user pays?
We didn't ask that question. We have asked it previously with surveys. The reason we didn't ask that question is that you could go on forever with that debate. Our view is that for public transport to provide a meaningful alternative, certainly across the built-up part of the city, that the city itself needs to be a lot denser. That's more important than just putting in an extra rapid transit line in one place or two. We don't think that's going to shift the dial per se. I mean, that's part of the challenge of putting it in Auckland. We need to recognise if it's not going to be the city centre, then public transport can't provide that alternative for a lot of the trips. That's just the reality from our point of view.
Given the West is or has been unfortunately left on the side of the road in the CRL, have you given any thought to a massive upgrade of public transport, let's say from Helensville to the CBD or wherever we can get on the CRL?
We're pretty strongly supportive of all the plans to expand Auckland's public transport network, but we think we need to be realistic. We're aware of some of the indicative costings for the North-Western Busway, about how fast those interventions can be put in. And in the meantime, as Auckland continues to grow, with each person, generally adds about 3 trips to the network. The problem's not going to go away, so we don't really see waiting for public transport as the answer unless we have several decades.
Would you say that a person should have, to have a great service, a person has to have the ability to choose? Like today I might choose the train, tomorrow I might choose the bus, the next day I might choose to drive my own truck. We don't have that at the moment, eh?
Yeah, we're very aware of that, and I think when we've our understanding of the international schemes is that they have those options for people, and that's why congestion charging, in our view, would readily work in Auckland city centre. Most people will have alternatives. Beyond that, we have some very big concerns, but equally we're aware, as I said at the start, that a congestion charge in the city centre is not going to do that much for the city, so it's challenging to make it work here.
Thanks, Doug. Maggie.
Morena, thank you. I agree, a great clear presentation. You made a reference to overseas influence around how it was rolled out. What does overseas influence or evidence say regarding the equity impacts, particularly for households with limited flexibility or greater socio-economic vulnerability around your lower home or households and rural communities in particular, and shift workers? So
I think the main point I'd emphasise again is that it's the nature of Auckland as a city. We haven't got the ready comparators we usually look to, whether that's across the ditch or in North America, cities that have grown up in the same way, for better or worse, off the back of motorways and that sort of thing. They don't have the public transport options. From what we've seen, equity has not been a big consideration in those other cities like Stockholm, Singapore, London, not New York, just Manhattan, the very last little kind of bit of Manhattan Island. They've got that public transport, so it hasn't been looked at, and that's why it's so important that this be really looked at thoroughly as how, if we're going to put it in place here, how we can make it work for everybody.
okay, okay, thank you.
And final question, Mayor Brown.
Thanks for your submission, which shows general support for this. The current situation, unless I've got it wrong, is that the government have passed the legislation to allow this to happen, but in typical fashion they've put a 12-month delay to avoid interfering with the elections. We are making some progress in preparation for this, and I would really like to check with Hamish Bunn and others along here and yourself. I would like to have it, we published our first thing about August so that it does get considered in the election, because I want to know whether there's no sense to get excited about if half them are going to wet their pants, which they normally do, and oppose every single thing, which is what also they normally do, which is why we're back. It's a wonder we've moved ahead from horses to vehicles, but we've managed that step. So if we put something out about August, and we've done a lot of work, we should be ready to it, how would your people feel about that? Because at the moment, if we don't put forward what we're thinking of doing, it's just theoretical. And as we go round and round and talk about public, we've got public transport in a lot of Auckland, so don't tell me we don't have it everywhere. We've got a lot of Auckland. And even where we've got it, not everyone catches a bus. And so if we can get more of them to do that as a result of that, more of them are catching a bus now because the price of diesel has got to a place where it's likely to be for a long time. Things are going. So how will you feel about finding out what we really have in mind, not just the idea of it?
We'd welcome that. We'd anticipate, I've got to say, we put this survey together for the timing. We anticipated there might be some public engagement then. I should stress, and if it wasn't clear from my presentation, the AA is open to it. Our support will depend on the specifics of a proposal, and that will include all the concerns that we have. Our members are not there, and a big part of, I think, Auckland Council's job will be bringing the public along and educating them. Some of it's because they just don't understand or they don't know enough yet. It's a pretty complicated topic, but we'd certainly welcome some engagement on the options, yes.
Okay, thanks. So I think that earlier the better. You will have opinions for and against, and I imagine that your organisation's input will be beneficial to hear. You do represent, this is one of those things which it's not possible to do without a upsetting some people. But as long as more people think it's a good idea than a bad idea, or even a fair few is a fair chance we can do it. The council here, we've voted on this, we think it's a good idea. But, and so I welcome your input and thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin and Sarah, for coming along. Someone like to move that? Thank you, Chris. Seconder. Thank you, Richard. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Next up is the Northern Action Group. So Bill Foster, who is the chair, come on up and he can introduce his northern colleagues. Welcome along, gents. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a presentation here? Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission, which I believe you have copies of. I have with me Mr. Glenn Ashton of Rodney Community Voices and Mr. Brian Mason of the Landowners and Contractors Association, who support the submission. We're here because the new legislation means the governing body, that's you people, now has direct responsibility for transport strategy and funding outcomes. That creates an opportunity for you to correct long-standing distortions created by centralised and urban-centric policies. This submission is not about Rodney asking for more money. It's about whether Auckland Council's new transport governance structure will allocate funding based on network function, burden and resilience, and whether transport spending in Rodney delivers the value for money that the Mayor says he wants. Rodney is the clearest example of where the current system has failed. Rodney contains approximately 23% of Auckland's named roads, 13% of total road kilometres, and nearly 80% of Auckland's unsealed road network. Yet Rodney has only around 5% of Auckland's population. So this is not a typical urban network. Look at usage. Rodney carries approximately 11% of Auckland's traffic movements and around 15 to 18% of heavy commercial vehicle traffic. That matters because heavy freight creates higher pavement wear and faster deterioration. In the submission, I refer to this as the heavy vehicle multiplier. But Rodney also performs another role not recognised in current models. Rodney is also a resilience network. When State Highway 1 or State Highway 16 are disrupted, Rodney's local roads become the relief valves for the Upper North Highland freight economy. Unlike urban Auckland, Rodney's network has limited redundancy. Many corridors are single point of failure routes where disruption means freight diversion, loss of access and community isolation. The submission also raises concerns about the application of urban-centric transport assumptions for Rodney. Roads in Rodney are defined less by place and more by function and movement. A secondary rural connector may simultaneously function as a freight corridor, school route, diversion route, and sole community access. The One Network framework already recognises that rural networks operate differently from urban networks, but current management, funding, and the new ARCF still largely reflect urban assumptions. The result is deteriorating condition trends on rural sealed roads, and for unsealed roads, objective condition measurement is not yet publicly available. And there's a growing infrastructure funding gap associated with Rodney's growth. Development contributions of around $20,000 per dwelling appear materially below actual long-term infrastructure costs and are not identifiably reinvested in Rodney. AT has estimated transport infrastructure requirements in Warkworth alone at around $120,000 per dwelling, while total long-term public infrastructure costs may approach $200,000 per dwelling. At the same time, resistance to large rate increases constrains council's ability to close those gaps through general rating increases. So the result is predictable. Infrastructure deficits accumulate and rural networks become increasingly difficult to maintain. So this submission therefore asks the governing body, you people, to adopt a function-based, resilience-based and usage-based funding approach for Rodney. Recognise Rodney as a distinct network class with different operational requirements from urban Auckland. Provide transparent reporting of Rodney transport expenditure, maintenance outcomes, condition trends and public transport performance, and prioritise investment towards resilience, freight movement, connector roads and more efficient rural transport systems. This is not a request for preferential treatment. It is a request that transport funding and management reflect the assets being maintained, the loads being carried, and the regional functions being performed. So thank you, and we'll happily answer any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Questions? So just Ken, then Shane, then John.
Thank you very much. Just thinking of your rural roads, the cost, you mentioned maintenance, thinking of drain maintenance. Do you think that a lot of our costs, or what do you think, is the drain maintenance being done properly, especially on your rural roads, and is that having an effect on the condition of the roads and the costs?
I think on the drainage, first of all, it's pretty substandard, and it's split between AT and AC. So some of the work is not coordinated as well as it should. So like the mowing contract is under AC and the roading is under AT. So they don't coordinate to mow and spray and kill the weeds at the same time as a grader might be arriving to grade those gravel rural roads. So there's miscoordination. So pulling it together under one umbrella would be very beneficial. But there has been a thing in the country which is different from in urban areas. In urban, you have curb and channel. We don't have any curb and channel, as you can see from some of those pictures. So we just have sheeting off the road and culverts. Now, to get into your farm or your house or your lifestyle block, you're going to have a culvert under the road, and the burden falls on the people to clean that out. Unfortunately, the way the grader works on the road, it wing-rows on the outside of the blade, and it builds up a consolidated mass that a normal lifestyle blocker hasn't got a chance of moving, and that blocks the culvert. So, and yet that's been pushed on to the ratepayers to clear that, and AT don't do that work. So, in answer, I would say that drainage really just does not work in Rodney for us.
Thank you. So that leads on to my next question. The procurement of contracts. Do you think that there's a way we could be procuring our contracts better that would deliver a value for money, better value for money?
Well, can I speak to that just briefly and say yes? I mean, the central contracting approach, it makes it administratively simpler for Auckland Transport in the past and now Auckland Council to administer, but effectively it destroys the opportunity for innovation and competition from the local contractors who actually know the areas they're working in. And that's been a problem in Rodney, and it results in higher cost and less efficient delivery of the services. And the model that's being currently operated, which we've discussed with AT, really is not working to the best advantage and increases costs. You have subcontracting overheads, you know, the ticket clipping problems, and then you have a lack of supervision of the work and maintenance of the quality So there's no assurance that the quality is actually as it should be. And it's self-reporting within this current structure. There's lots of problems with the current management arrangement and its independence from what the local people see as an outcome. Do you want to comment on it?
Yeah, I think one of the problems is that no one knows Rodney better than the Rodney subcontractors that are sometimes used, but there are a lot of smaller contractors who don't get a look in just because of the way that it's done through Downers, and Downers very rarely actually do the work. It's always subbed out. So you've got AT sitting on top, you've got Downers in between, and you've got a subcontractor at the bottom. And the local guys get left very little money and have to only limit what they do. Whereas they are kind of answerable to the community because they live in that community. So sometimes they get the blame for things that are just beyond their control. They don't get enough time or money to do an efficient job. And so that could all be streamlined if we went to local suppliers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, with your indulgence, expanding this a little bit further, if it's possible, because I've got you guys in front of me. We're talking about investment levels across the city and regional priorities. So I just want to be super clear and get your feedback. You've previously advocated to leave the Auckland Council area to seek investment and essentially secede from the super city. Is that still the position of your organisation?
Advocating.
Do you want to leave Auckland Council area or not?
From the Northern Action Group's point of view, and that's separate from this discussion about roading here today, the answer would be yes, but what we're saying is it doesn't matter whether it's Rodney or a Rodney-Kaipara merger or Auckland Council running the transport management of the whole asset network in Rodney. It needs to be done differently from the way it has been done in the past. What we're here today is talk about the need to match the management and the governance of the network asset to the need in the area, regardless of who's given governance responsibility for it.
Sure, thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
John.
Over the years, I've seen virtually every budget, there's some kind of call on sealing Rodney's unsealed roads, and there's usually quite a limited budget that goes through. And the way the roads are treated is almost, and it's, I think, certainly a perception of some, as if Auckland Council is subsidising in some way the upkeep of Rodney's unsealed roads. Do you have any comment in respect of A, that perception, and B, I guess the extent of the budget that has been pretty well entrenched, I think, since the start of the super city, to be honest?
I can answer that. For the first 3 years in the super city, we got nothing. For the next 6 years, we got 1 million to seal more roads, and that's nothing. That does 1K at AT's cost. It could be considerably more if it was done in a different regime. Since then, and we got promised 12 million a year, but that was all back-end loaded, and we never got any more than about 2 million a year. And then Mayor Brown has rectified that, and he's front-end loaded it. So we're very thankful to the Mayor for the effort he's put in, and we made good progress in the last 2 years with an increased budget to 12 million. But we are getting some substandard sealing done, which is ripping off. So we're not happy about the quality, I guess, and that's going to hit us again with maintenance costs.
I just want to add on your general point, there is absolutely no evidence one way or the other ever been shown to show that either Rodney is being subsidised or subsidises Auckland. Our councillor Greg Sayers has argued for many years that we need more transparency at the local board level to identify where our rates go and where Auckland's money goes, but we've not had that. And so these impressions need to be disposed of by better transparency of where the money is being spent in Auckland. I guess what we would say is that this is not a question, though, of subsidy. There is an asset that Auckland Council is responsible for, and it should manage it, taking into account the importance, the function, the condition, and the requirement and the use of the asset. And that's been ignored in relation to Rodney relative to the rest of Auckland. What we're saying, in terms of what Auckland spends on managing its road network assets, Rodney doesn't get the share that our numbers show it deserves in relation to what it contributes to Auckland.
If I just might add to that, there's no secret that AT sweated the maintenance because of the budgets, even on maintenance of rural roads. So a lot of the gravel roads ended up deteriorating into clay. Brian could probably allude on that, where he's had milk tankers getting stuck. The problem with that is that it wrecks the base of the road. So even if you want to improve it further on, you've actually just destroyed your asset from the start. Any roading contractor would know that. So it's really come now home to roost.
Yes, I'll comment on that. Thanks, Bill and Glenn. The rural production roads are really suffering. I mean, we've got a lot of heavy stuff going out of there. It's the production house of Auckland, really, as far as rural goes. We've got a lot of milk tankers, a lot of stock trucks, a lot of fert trucks. It's an awful lot happening. The rural production roads are really suffering. The tourist routes get a bit of attention. We're seeing more of them being sealed, which creates another problem as to perhaps why. We sort of feel we're the powerhouse of Northern Rodney, and we need some rural production roads. So, yep, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Brown.
Okay, thanks for the submission. You make good points. And it is your role to be an advocate on behalf of what you have there, because, and you're right, that this is a big urban city and you have to make a bit of noise to remind some of the things. I think that one of the things that will happen under AT, I've been checking with the CEO who's busy doing the changes, is that we will have kind of a more regional managed type of thing rather than central. And so there will be somebody more in charge of each area. I mean, I can't find who's in charge of the middle of the bloody city at the moment, but we're going to change that, let alone going out where you are. I think you made some very good points about the size of the actual cost of some of these out-of-sequence planning changes we have around the Warkworth area, when you've pointed out that perhaps that the amount of money we should be getting from developers is nearer 200,000 than 20,000. I think it's a very positive thing for us to pick up and tell the government about. We now have to deal with the fast tracking, which is sort of handing off our decisions to some idiots in Wellington. And Arvida, for instance, which is something we opposed, they'll be telling the government that it's 20,000 is too much, whereas if they had to pay 200,000, they'd realise what a dumb idea theirs is. So I'm going to use some of this information. I think your the points you raise and advocate something that needs to be continued. Never stop advocating. One of the things that we're going to do when we get our hands on AT fully is, of course, standardisation. A lot of the things. The crossfalls on rural roads are standardised at 3%. They should all be 6%, which is how you get better drainage. And there's nothing wrong with dragging clay back into the surface along with the stones that end up in the drains. We have shown some signs of Downers actually picking up on some of the better ways to manage unsealed roads. And a well-managed unsealed road is in some ways better than a poorly laid, cheap seal road, which is just done with chip seal. A bad chip seal is not as good as a well-maintained unsealed road, actually. I think there's a few shitty chip seal lays up there. So be careful what you wish for. And the other thing about the chip seal roads, it encourages visitors from Auckland to drive on the damn things. So if you keep with a good unsealed road, you'll be able to use it yourselves. So I'm generally supportive. You won't get everything you want, but it's good to have your hand out for it and raise these points. And I think it's a well-presented paper. I did say there that apparently, one question, the government forgoes tolls on State Highway 1 when the alternatives, when the free alternative ones are blocked. Is that the case? Do they actually do that? It sounds, I mean, I wouldn't have thought they were competent to do that.
I think the recent example when the alternate route from Puhoi to Warkworth was blocked was that they cancelled the tolls for people travelling on State Highway 1.
For everybody. I mean, that was just strike me as just basically dumb. You don't have to travel on it. I'm quite surprised. They should have advertised free toll today. Huh. You learn something every day. Thanks for coming.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming down. I don't know if everyone's aware, but Mr. Foster's actually the ex-chief executive of the New Zealand Stock Exchange. So thank you for your input into this as an economist, Bill. So I think the timing of the presentation is outstanding because we're right in the middle of this reform process and we can have the chance of looking at new models. And in the room, we have the Chief Executive of Auckland Council listening, along with the Mayor, who will be giving heavy direction towards any new modelling. I mean, you've taken a big view here, big picture view, in terms of how a model perhaps should work, could work better around functionality, resilience and, usage. There's also, I think the thing that probably affects me the most is that when I see these statistics around the deaths and serious injuries across Auckland by a local board area, and unfortunately it's the Franklin's second after Rodney, which are both the rural bookends of Auckland, and a lot of those, I mean, they're deaths and serious injuries way above the rest of Auckland, and I think there's probably, what I can conclude, a direct correlation between perhaps what you're talking about today in terms of the conditions of those roads and those deaths and serious injuries. And those deaths and serious injuries aren't typically local people, other people from other wards across Auckland visiting, and also visitors to Auckland, whether they be overseas or outside of Auckland. So it's a very sad situation, and one that needs to be, addressed. And I think probably in terms of us looking at a new way of modelling the funding, this is a golden opportunity. So my question is around in terms of your thinking, what you've presented today, does that include weighting towards trying to improve deaths and serious injuries, or do you think maybe that should be another factor that should be included into this regional thinking?
I think the best response to that, Councillor Sayers, is that we've argued significantly with AT for a different management approach to the whole of the asset, which is the network in Rodney. And they've had the functional silo-based approach, which has been typical of CCOs, which uses centralised policies and management controls for the allocation of funds across quite different areas, which results in conflicts when we don't get efficient utilisation. The maintenance of the unsealed roads needs to be coordinated with the program for improving them, either the widening, the strengthening, the drainage or the sealing. And that doesn't necessarily happen because there is no coordinated or overarching management of the network in the Rodney area. And that would be extremely valuable. It's not just about more money. You can always throw more money and fix more roads with more money. It's about getting good value for what is being spent now, and we don't think we're getting that. We think we can get more bangs for our buck out of a better managed structure across the whole of the network, which would coordinate the maintenance and the improvements and the sealing and the utilisation and the planning on a more, certainly a district basis, rather than centralised silo management, which creates these management control driven differences. So things don't get done together. And there is a waste, the prioritisation is the problem. Glenn can talk about the fact that we have a lot of expensive machinery rolled out to seal some sections of road, and then there's bits of that road left unsealed. All the fancy machinery goes away and gets brought back again later on to do another bit of the road, just because it's driven by management controls and the accounting framework rather than local on-the-ground management. So I think that answers.
It does, Bill, and again, gentlemen, thank you very much for coming down. I think you've made an excellent presentation today.
I just might add to what Bill said there. I think a lot of urban people, especially more out of Auckland, travelling north, they tend to travel on the 2 or 3 arterial roads that go north, and we are thankful to NZTA that we have a motorway that does dump everybody in Walkworth. It would have been good if it had gone further at that point, but that's coming. Highway 16 is the other road, and the old Highway 1 is probably the 3 most used roads for people trying to travel through Rodney, which is what a lot of people do. But I think people forget that Rodney is 45% of the land area of the super city. That's a huge chunk of land. And our inner arterial roads from east to west are very much in poor shape the further north you go. And it's those roads that we use for production. And as Bill alluded to, we do a lot of forestry, there's a lot of dry stock, there's a lot of dairy stock, there's a lot of quarries, and all your roading material and sand comes from up north. So we need that infrastructure in place so that it is safe. My grandchildren travel about 15 k's to go to school. It's not like an urban area, and they travel from in the heart of Rodney, which very few people would even know exists. I doubt that people would know where Aharoa is, or even less would probably know where Tapora is. So it is interesting, just what a vast area it is, and we need those connecting roads sorted out as quickly as is possible.
Okay, we've got 4 people left to ask questions, so I'm going to ask people that they ask their questions succinctly, and gentlemen, you answer succinctly. So, Richard.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and the numbers are quite extraordinary. On the unsealed roads, obviously we have increased it and know the importance of it, but did you realise that the government decided not to, it deprioritised that and did not give, we're 100% funding that program? Have you spoken to the MPs about, would be nice to have a little help? Because we prioritised that, but we decided to still 100% fund the program, even though they cut 50% essentially.
Yes, we understand that. NZTA makes its decisions about the classes of work that it's prepared to subsidise. And yes, it reduced its funding this year, and AT's had to compensate for that or readjust its programs to take that into account. Our point is not where the money comes from or what the funding is. Our point is that you need to look at the road network as an asset and fix it in relation to what its requirements are. And a lot of decisions have been made, I think regrettably, my own view, on the basis of whether NZTA would be providing a subsidy or not. The issue is, does the road need to be fixed and improved, not where does the money come from?
Yeah, no, I agree, but with the pressure on our budgets, it would be good to have some help from government. So your advocacy to them would help as well, help us, help you. The other thing, just on the figures, because you have mentioned figures in your presentation, just it'd be good for us to be able to figure out where, because I think our budget each year for road renewals is about 200 million, not the 1.8. So I think it'd be good to figure out the discrepancies and how we can help you, not just with the money, but money does end up being part of the issue, then we wouldn't have to do half the road at once. But it would be good to see some more of the data behind. So if Councillor Say has got a bit more information, I think he sent us some, but
We would love more information. We don't know, for example, what it costs to provide public transport in Rodney. And we don't know how much of that is a subsidy or how much of that is paid for by the users. We do know that public transport is not run efficiently in Rodney because it follows Auckland Transport's urban-centric policies. We have 40-seater buses running around that hardly carry any people in them for a lot of the day. You come down the 995 from Warkworth now to Silverdale, and it's in a city-oriented bus that doesn't even have seatbelts like the intercity coaches do. It's travelling down a motorway. We have 40-seater buses running around the town that only carry children and pensioners and are mostly empty. It's not an efficient system. And the private sector, frankly, could do a better job of running a bus network in Rodney. But the AT option does not allow for the private sector to be involved. If you have public transport, AT says we have to provide it. So there are a lot.
Sarah?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. My question is, are there any unintended consequences perhaps that you're worried about in terms of the rural character of Rodney as a result of these programs? Should we be able to fully fund the whole thing, for example? Are there any kind of mitigations that you would recommend putting in place to protect that rural character, for example?
Environmentally, I think a sealed road is actually better for Rodney than a gravel road for a start, because we get a lot of asthma and health problems. That's a major issue for our children and our grandchildren. So, and environmentally, dust is a damn nuisance, and the dust that comes off a metal road is contaminated. So a sealed road is far more healthy in our opinion. And opening up Rodney for outsiders is probably a good thing. They get to get a taste very close on their doorstep of what rural life is really about. You can drive through pristine areas of forestry and many different types of farming and vineyards. So there's a lot going on that is environmentally friendly.
So the question wasn't quite that.
Sorry. Just add the comment here that the Mayor's growth pays for growth policy is relevant here, because we're not objecting to growth in Rodney. We're happy to see the growth as long as it takes place in a way that fits the area that we live in, and then that it pays for the improvements to the infrastructure necessary to cope with the growth.
Julie?
Kia ora, thank you. It's really interesting. I have a particular interest in the safety aspect, and you know, and this is something that Councillor Sayers has been raising with us recently, as well as the potential for safety improvements from investment in this area. And I'm just interested in, you know, even if next year's budget we suddenly increase the ability to do this, it would still take years to get through all of these roads, right? And so I'm really interested in the interim. What do you feel we could do until we can address all of these roads, however long that takes? And in particular, in light of the safety staff, I'm looking at some of the stats for Rodney, and they are terrible. The deaths and serious injury stats. 78% of those for the last year that were looked at were in above 50 kilometre per hour areas, and the analysis is that there is a close link with the severity of the crashes leading to more severe outcomes, fatalities and serious injuries, because these are high-speed environments, and you've pointed to the fact often people are unfamiliar with them as well. So I wanted to test your interest in, you know, while we work on the funding issue, is using speed enforcement and changing speed limits a tool that you're interested in that safety space? And then I have one other question about the road classification stuff, Chair.
Okay, just to speak firstly to the DSI issue, I mean, yes, rural areas obviously have higher levels of fatalities or serious injuries because people are travelling longer distances at higher speeds, and these accidents are occurring at points in the roading network that are dangerous. You know, at intersections or places like that. Auckland Council seems to have a policy of allowing a lot of ribbon development of housing along 80-kilometre rural roads, and that just injects more people into the road network and creates more problems. Our argument would be that this emphasises the need for spending more on improving the quality of the roads in order to reduce the DSIs and the risks that people face. I mean, we struggle to get money to improve and widen and strengthen the roads in areas where they are potential safety risks. It's not a question of reducing the speed because the relevance of the freight network and the contribution it makes to Auckland's economy means that we don't want to reduce the speed. That should not be the short-term solution. The short-term solution should be more money. So allocating more funds will certainly help with the alleviation of the problems until you can get a handle on prioritisation. One of the things we would say is that the way Auckland Transport has prioritised the investment in the roading network doesn't necessarily reflect the way Rodney's roads get used as connectors between different settlement areas and farming and the consuming side of the whole of the region. That's not happening. They're prioritising it just on a traffic count basis, and the traffic counts may not be so high on some of our more dangerous roads.
Okay, thanks. I'm
No, we're not
disappointed, I
gonna,
guess,
sorry,
but I'll get on to the next question.
I'm just giving a little direction to the team here. One can answer because we're nearly 40 minutes into this, and so we're not going to go for too much longer.
Cool. Thanks, Chair. So I guess I'm confused by an answer that says you wouldn't use a tool in the interim that could help, but I'm going to leave that one there and not supplementaries on that, Chair, and shift to obviously a big part of what we're working through at the moment is this road classification framework about whether local boards or some form of governing body will be responsible for which roads. And looking at the ones for Rodney, a lot of the roads that I think you're probably talking about are going to sit with the local board in what's currently proposed. It's still draft. And I just wondered if what's your conversation with the local board about this, given that they're likely to be the decision makers about the very prioritisation that you're concerned about. Obviously, you're talking to us about the money, and some of that will sit with us. But some of the prioritisation is actually likely to sit with the local board. So what's the conversation going like there? Might be too early, but yeah.
My understanding is the conversation is just starting between transition people and the local board on this issue. And my observation, unless my colleague disagrees, the local board's not particularly well equipped to deal with these issues because they're not supported by staff. They don't have any staff to help them make these decisions, so they're relying on council staff to advise them and guide them on these issues. And there will be a conflict inevitably between the road use that is allocated to the local boards and the management of the road, which stays with Auckland Council or the Auckland Council people. I can see lots of problems from the decision-making split between arterial roads and local roads under the new framework. Our argument has simply been that the one network framework that NZTA has created had a lot of time and effort put into it. Roads could have been selected on that basis, but I also think that not enough thought was given into how the local boards and the governing body will interact regarding control of road use. The simplest thing for a place like Rodney would be to say, give all the roads, call all the roads arterial roads, or call them all local roads. So if you call them all local roads in Rodney, then Rodney could manage them all and we could have a team of people that could do the job properly, whether from Auckland Council or for the local board, however you structure it. I think there are a lot of problems there that are going to surface in this structure.
Okay, last question, Maggie.
Kia ora. While we have you here, what further insights can you provide around the longer-term resilience risks of not addressing these issues now? Example, the acknowledged substandard drainage infrastructure, particularly given this corridor's importance as a transport connector to Te Tai Tokerau, to and from, and the increasing exposure to severe weather events and flooding events. Particularly, you've got two passageways, State Highway 1 and 16. Interested in your insights, if any.
I think the major impact has been in the quality of life of the people using the roads, the people that live on the dusty roads that need to be resealed, the people whose livelihoods depend on the quality of the roads that are not being well maintained. I just think we've had to put up with that for a long time. We're just making the case this is not currently a fair and proportionate approach to dealing with it.
Okay. Yeah, look, I support that. And as a State Highway 16 and myself, I understand those severely. Those grounds have gone under at Kaukapakapa, at Makarau, and it's blocked and trapped people in those roads. So I accept and appreciate what you say.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, gentlemen. Greg, you want to move? Seconder, Ken? We're just going to receive and thank you. So all those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thank you, gents. Safe travel home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillors.
We have no local board input, so the next item up is the CRL update. And so I think we've got Pat Brocky and Bevan Assink, Mark Lambert, and Joel. Welcome. Morning, gents, and all yours.
Good morning. Nice to be here. I did hear that question around when we're opening, but maybe we'll tackle that later. But this is both an exciting and intense phase of the project as we prepare for asset handover to Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail, my two colleagues on my left and right, and Auckland One Rail as the rail operator. There's really strong collaboration between all the parties, and as you've had us comment on the two gentlemen beside me, we've been working together since I joined the project in 2019. These partnerships go back that far, and I think it's really important when we have the speed bumps in the project towards completion that we can work collaboratively together and know each other well and trust each other and have respect for each other, because that's a really important part of trying to get to completion. Testing continues. I know you've heard me say that quite a lot over time, but that is the case. We're just completing some of our trial operations testing this week, which is really just testing out the station, opening, operating it, maintaining it. A really critical part of testing at the moment is the emergency response testing, and that's testing various emergency scenarios at the stations, but in the tunnel. We had one on Saturday. There was an evacuation on the train, and we had over 300, we call them proxy passengers, for that test. These are consecutive Saturdays with large numbers of people to simulate, a real scenario. This involves really strong collaboration with FENS, with St John's, with police, and that partnership with them is critical and has always been very strong, and that continues. There are always learnings from these tests, so we take the tests. It would almost be a greater concern for me if there weren't learnings. I think that we take these learnings and then we may have to retest, but there are learnings for all parties involved with the testing. But again, it's mostly so far been a really positive experience. The final phase for us and also another critical phase is the assurance process that we go through. And that's working very closely with the rail regulator, NZTA. We also have some very experienced international parties that work closely with us for, this is providing the assurance that we need and my partners need when we hand over the asset. That's for safety assurance. And also, is the asset fit for purpose when we open the railway? So these are very experienced parties that have been working with us from the get-go. But this back end of the project, their work and their assurance and sign-off or certification is critical. Also part of that is what we call quality assurance, which I normally refer to as the paper project, and that is a pretty significant amount of work. A lot of resources being thrown at that by our contractor, Link Alliance, and other parties. This includes, as an example for council, is the Code of Compliance certification that we need for the 3 stations. But it is a significant and intense work as we lead into trying to complete this by the end of June is our target. I'm going to hand over to Mark.
Thanks, Pat. Good morning, councillors, Mayor. I've just got a couple of slides that go over the network structure, the timetable structure, and now that we've completed the tests across the whole network, not just CRL, in January and in April. So we undertook network-wide testing on the 13th and 15th through the 15th of April. The test followed the January trials, which did create a number of challenges for us, particularly around congestion on the network. Therefore, in April, we did close the network for 3 days to test the base timetable, increases in service frequency and amenity, and also systems across the wider network as well, and integrating the new CRL systems into the broader legacy network. The timetable was demonstrated to be deliverable and resilient, and we're now moving forward with that with a few amendments. But it's pleasing to also see, this sounds counterintuitive, but there were a number of disruptions unplanned that actually happened during that 3 days of trials, and the proposed timetable did actually react well to that and did recover reasonably well to those disruptions. We're now able to confirm the network structure, which was previously launched last year, with, like I say, with some relatively minor amendments. The east-west line is confirmed, but without a peak-only diversion from Mangawhai through to Newmarket, which was creating quite a bit of inconsistency and confusion for some of our customers when we were testing that through some customer panels. Also confirmed the South City line, which will loop through the City Rail link and terminate at Newmarket. And we brought that up from terminating at Otahu, and that reduces a lot of the congestion on the existing network, which was causing us some problems in the January trials as well. And confirmed the blue Onehunga West line, but taken the opportunity with a bit of feedback as well from various groups to extend the peak from Newmarket through to Mangawhai, so improving that Onehunga West offering. There was a request, I think, at the last committee meeting just to provide a simple, hopefully simple, table on what the service frequencies look like on day one and some progressive service improvements over the following 6 months. We have confirmed what international projects have been telling us, which is we should start with a lower level of service frequency on day one rather than a big bang, and then progressively increase that over the following 6 months or so. So in the table, just very briefly, for the day one launch in the off-peak period, which basically means the weekend between the peaks in the weekdays and the evenings, we're offering 4 trains per hour, 15-minute headways across each line. That's an improvement over the current 20 minutes. During the weekday peaks, we're increasing the east from Sylvia Park to the city from the current 6 trains per hour or 10-minute frequencies to 8 trains or 7.5-minute on average frequencies, and from the west across the whole of the West, retaining at least initially 6 trains per hour or 10-minute frequencies. But from Kingsland inwards, we're able to increase on day one that up to 8 trains, which is on average 7.5-minute frequencies. The first increase post day one that we're proposing is to extend that higher frequency in the west from Kingsland further west through to Henderson. So that will increase the service offering for Western customers within 3 months of day one opening. The second step up we're looking at is to increase the service frequency on the south as well. That is subject to some testing between Otahu and Waitemata, but we're hoping to do that very early in the new year. This does deliver on the previously communicated journey times or savings in journey times. For example, there is a journey time saving of 10 minutes from Henderson to Waitemata compared to existing train services, and delivering on the journey times previously communicated to the new destinations. So, for example, Henderson to Te Waihoratu would be a journey time of 35 minutes. Just briefly, and Pat's touched on it already, we are in the middle of emergency trials, and those have been going reasonably well. There's a few retests and a couple of retests that we need to do, but there's around 15 key tests that are happening during April, May and June. The expectation is that those tests will be complete in early June, and there's 4 large tests that are happening on Saturday mornings and involve over 300 what we call proxy passengers, which are primarily evacuations from tunnels or from stations in the event of a fire or derailment. And our final slide is just a brief heads up on the remaining closures through to early June. So Saturday mornings are closed to allow for the CRL testing. There is a weekend, 23rd to 24th of May, where we're completing the Henderson, or QRL is completing the Henderson station upgrade works. And finally, over King's birthday, QRL will be completing their rail network rebuild and undertaking maintenance. That's the presentation, so I'm open to questions, Chair.
Thank you, Mark. Someone like to move? Oh no, sorry, as you were. Daniel.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions from me. The times to Waitemata via Newmarket on the south line. So from Newmarket to Waitemata, approximately how much longer will it be on the south line? Because of the route change, Grafton via as opposed to Parnell.
So if you're travelling from Newmarket, you can go in either direction. So if you get on a train going via Parnell, the same. It's in the order of 1 or 2 minutes longer going the other way, accounting for the additional number of stops. So it's very close, but it is slightly longer if you're boarding that train anywhere south of Newmarket.
No, that's all right. That doesn't seem like an unreasonable burden, given the increased frequency overall. So, and I guess one other question for me, the perennial, so the project closeout is sometime in June. So what's the start, what's the grand opening? You've got that yet?
We are still saying the second half of this year, primarily because, like I said, we're in the middle of the trials, and those, while they're going reasonably well, we don't want to identify an exact opening date just at this point until those trials are finished. We will be in a position shortly after those trials to be able to narrow the window down, and there is a required 6 to 8 weeks to effectively notify staff, particularly on trains, before we can actually launch.
Okay, so on what date will you be able to give me the date for the opening?
As I said, when the trials are finished, we'll be in a better position to be able to give a date.
Good try. Matt?
Yeah, it's unfortunate the previous item took so long. I have to go shortly, so this is going to be structured as a question at the end. But it's unfortunate that since your last presentation, something in the media has come up where the former CEO has said that this could have been half the price. We are looking at a 7.9% rates increase because of the CRL and the operations, and considering the interruptions that have gone on to the community who have been using public transport with the trains, the closed downs, and I appreciate that there is a lot of work to go. This simply cannot fail. So with all of the testing that's going on, the last thing that I would, well, any of the councillors would want to be hearing is there are learnings to come from this, because there's a lot of work going in, and I appreciate that, but this simply cannot fail. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I'd simply say that, you know, through the testing that we're doing, we're not seeing anything that greatly concerns us about finishing the project and having it open to the public. And no one wants that more than we do. And the workers that have worked very hard on the site over a number of years desperately want that as well. But I'd just say, without trying to jinx it, that things are going well with the testing, and we're positive about a prompt opening. In terms of lessons learned, I hear what you said, but we are proposing to undertake a lessons learned regardless. There are many aspects of this project that I think are worth reviewing. We've agreed with the sponsors that we will do this. We're actually underway with that work, and that will review various aspects of the project in order to benefit the next large infrastructure project, whether it be the Cross Harbour Tunnel or bridge. And so we really want to take those learnings. It could be, for example, I'm looking at Julie on the video, targeted hardship fund, sustainability, working with Rangatahi, with the young Māori in Pacifica, all the way through to the design, which I know is dear to the Mayor's heart. We will cover all aspects of the project in a very open and transparent way.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Sarah?
Kia ora. I'm going to ask a shockingly predictable question, but of all of your test participants on the couple of slides previous, do they include disabled people, seniors, and those who may not have fluency in the English language?
I can answer that if you like. So just to tackle people with disabilities, so we've been working closely with Auckland Transport's accessibility advisory groups to ensure that they are participating in that. More broadly, the participants in the trials are employees of Auckland Transport Council, Kiwi Rail, City Rail Link Limited, so partner organisations. And at this stage, there are no children or elderly people who are not working a part of it. But there is, there are people, I suppose, simulating a whole range of different people to make sure that the procedures are in place, for example, for evacuating people with disabilities in wheelchairs and all of those requirements. So to the best of the ability within the constraints of who's able to be part of those trials, yes.
Thanks, Sarah. Ken?
Thank you. So just obviously there's quite a bit of flexibility after startup. You'll assess what's going on, and you're hoping for some improvements that you've already seen, and you'll be responsive to any other pressures. Is that right?
Like I say, we propose a day one transition timetable with progressive step-ups, absolutely, and we'll be monitoring patronage and everything else. We can make some changes to train allocations, for example, and whether we're operating 3 versus 6 cars to respond to different demand. So absolutely, we'll be monitoring that and responding to that.
Good, thank you. Just last small question. These trials, these practice runs, is there a requirement to do that periodically for the following, do you have to do that every so many months or forever?
In terms of evacuations with the emergency services, that's what you're referring to? Yes.
Yeah, in other words, you have to keep making sure your currency is correct.
Yeah.
So how often do you have to do that?
It varies based on the different emergency services, but typically every 6 months or so. It's like fire alarm tests and things like that. We have to do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Chris?
Mine is to speak, not a question.
John?
Yeah, great to see the progress here, and we're getting to the end of this, and certainly anyone that's been on a tour, It's a pretty impressive project when you see it, and I'm fortunate to be down at various points along the way, and what always stood out to me was the fact that the workforce were very much engaged in what they were doing, so there was certainly no case of idle hands. However, and to follow on from Councillor Winiata, you will be aware, of course, of the coverage in the last week, and that's what most Aucklanders will have been reading. So, we've got this kind of contrast of this, long-awaited project that is a pretty impressive feat of engineering. At the same time, we have the issue to do with the cost. So, if you don't mind, I'll just zero in on the cost for a minute, and it goes to the comments about the review. Now that Minister Bishop has committed to doing a review of the project. Is that the same review you were talking about, or a different one?
Perhaps I might just speak to that. There's a couple of reviews coming up. There's the one that Pat has spoken about, which is lessons learned, and this is from the construction design side and people being hands-on involved in the project. There's also, we've just recently had a gateway review completed by Treasury, which was a standard review completed to be done before practical completion. That was a very positive review, and there is another review to be done towards the end of the project, which is a retrospective one, looking back on the total project and funding and how the whole project performed. So that's yet to come. That's probably going to be 18 months or so away, I would think, before that one's completed.
So this one that Mr. Bishop's talking about, is that the retrospective review? Is that the one he's talking about?
That's a retrospective review, that's correct.
So I guess the obvious question that any member of the public would ask is, the degree of independence of the review. So who do we have at this stage the notion of the people that will be actually doing the review?
Yes, the review that's being led by City Rail Link Limited, that has an independent the independent party who's going to run that review. They also have an independent party who's coming in to kind of review it at the end to ensure that review is truly independent and has that oversight of it. The other one will be led through Treasury. Yeah.
Okay, so just a little further to that, obviously, Mr. Sweeney made a number of comments, and certainly one that stood out to me was that when he had asked about, where potential savings, and it was prompted by the government, could be made, he was told AT and Kiwi Rail came back and said they couldn't find anywhere to save money, and I didn't have the expertise or the background to challenge them, quote unquote. So in terms of both the review, when I think of Mr. Sweeney, who was at the top of the tree, if he didn't quite have the expertise or background to challenge things at that time, I'm wondering, in the first instance, whether the reviewers have that degree of expertise, because that this was CRL itself didn't appear to have that expertise, according to Mr. Sweeney. So one, checking what the character are of the people doing the review in terms of that, rather disturbing statement, and secondly, I guess just in terms of the opportunity today, whether there's any comment in respect of some of the observations that were made, and I say that, not to have a ping pong or debate or anything, but because it was relatively brief. We had a reference to the 9-car versus 6-car and the flasher finishings inside. Now, I'm assuming if there's a half-price claim being made, there's something a little bit more substantive involved than just the widening of the lengthening of the platforms and the artwork in there. So, first one, the expertise, and that kind of goes to independence and knowledge. And secondly, is there anything anyone would like to add today, given this has been raging in the media for the last week?
Perhaps, Pat, if I just address the first one, and then you might like to fill in a bit more, Pat. The reviewers have been, the parties who are doing this have been selected because of their experience on major rail projects, particularly in Australia, but elsewhere as well. Also, I just mentioned that the sponsors, we have our own independent reviewers on this, TSA, who have significant rail experience and have provided real valuable input into this. It's actually worth, just aside, watching all of Sean Sweeney's interview if you get the chance, because he does talk a bit about how you might save some of those things, and it's quite enlightening. He was talking about platforms for 3-car trains and stuff like that, so it's not what we've actually got here. So it is worth watching that video in full if you have the opportunity.
Just to add to what Barry said, so with the reviewers, they are international, they are experienced. The peer reviewer that we are seeking to engage will also provide that level of independence. We genuinely want that. But as CRL, we generally want a really thorough review, and we're committed to that. I would suggest on the cost side, and I did issue a press release at the time, that there are, it's very difficult comparing apples with our project. Obviously, we have a network that has passengers and freight. So a complex network, as we've found out with the timetable testing. And so there are lots of variables, and it's very difficult to make those sort of comparisons. I did talk also about the 9-car decision. That was back in 2018, and I won't relitigate that now, but that also involved a new station entrance at Karangahape with Beresford Square, which I think most in this room would agree is, I think, a very valuable addition to that area. I think it'll be a very popular station. We also incorporated the ability to have platform screen doors. That's not something that we can implement right now, but the actual structure along the platforms is in place, so that when we do put them in place in future, we don't have to close down the stations. So that expense and money was looking at the future, because I think at some point in the future, and maybe it's a way out, but that will be required. And then, of course, the other big one that we faced, that many businesses faced in New Zealand, was COVID. And that was a significant impact on the project, both from a time and cost perspective, not just the construction costs, but CRL costs and various other costs were impacted by COVID. We lost a lot of days through COVID. And those are all significant impacts in terms of the time and the cost that we've incurred on the project.
Just one final question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. In respect of this, entirely disproportionate investment in terms of the council's balance sheet over the last decade, obviously, one of the things that's going to help this, the public perception is a big uptake. A huge transformational uptake, and I think of the lag with the Northern Busway, where there was quite a considerable lag between the provision of the asset and then people using it the way they're today. So just to close off the kind of line of inquiry, what do you think is going to be a realistic expectation in terms of a very significant uptake as opposed to a kind of slower burn that may not seem to be that impressive? So what are we thinking of doing to ensure that we have that degree of transformation, given the huge financial commitment this has been and will continue to be for decades to follow?
We have taken the original business case assumptions around uplift over the first 2 or 3 years. To be fair, as you point out, it will take a while for it to grow, but at the same time we are planning around some significant increases in the first few months or so. We've got a plan for that as well. So it's built into our patronage forecasts and into the budgets moving forward, which I understand I'll come into the council and the governing body fairly soon.
Maybe if I just add, part of what I'm responsible for, making sure that it's communicated to Aucklanders. So we have a plan around that and sort of increasing that as we get closer. We also have our team in Auckland Transport who works closely with businesses, doing a lot of engagement with city centre businesses, particularly those close to the new stations,
at the moment, working with them on travel plans for their employees and really, I guess, pulling out all the stops in terms of that work that we can do to let people know that it's there and that they can benefit from it.
Morris?
Yeah, look, I just want to almost traverse the things like the Infrastructure Commission's report, where they said we are amongst the highest in the OECD for spend and amongst the lowest in the OECD for delivery. And this has got to be one of the best examples of that. When John Key made his announcement in, I've got it here, January 2016, he said the project would cost $2.5 billion, the Crown would put up 1.25 and Auckland Council would put up the other half. How come that just never happened? How come we're at numbers that are eye-wateringly different to what the planners had put all the work into saying it would be? And it was not COVID, because the numbers had spiralled out of control long before COVID hit.
I guess it depends on how far back you go.
This is the original announcement.
The business cases are always based on very basic, very preliminary designs. First major design that we had, significant design that we could rely on, was well after the business case, so that would have been 2018. And that's when the other decisions were made on some of the additional scope. But when you have a preliminary design, that's always a cost estimate that is, again, very preliminary in itself. And things evolve, from there. Once you have a firmer design, then the cost estimates are a little bit more reliable. And then, as I said, and this is not a justification, because our focus right now is completing the project and having a successful opening, so Aucklanders and New Zealanders can enjoy this asset. That is our primary focus right at this moment.
Yeah.
But then, and there will be the time and the lessons learned to review some of this. And you ask good questions. We are conscious of those questions. But I've also touched on the COVID element. You cannot underestimate, because we calculate we've lost nearly 12 months with the impact of COVID. It's extremely significant, and that was in our last costing round, funding round in 2023. That was the primary driver of that funding round. And then in 2019, the previous funding was largely related to additional scope.
See, I come from it from a perspective of trying to assuage grumpy constituents, and terribly grumpy. I wrote an article for the local paper recently which says the 225 million rate increase, the 7.9 we were putting on them, a record, was solely the total cost of what it was going to be to run the CRL. And had we not had that, we would have been able to stay at sort of a zero. I thought the article was great, and I was really pleased, and I said, that's how much we've tightened our belt and so on. It came out the same week that Sean Sweeney came out and said, grossly overspec, dreadful bloody escalators too many, large stations, extra facilities, extensive, significantly increased costs of everything and so on. So I've ended up with people in the street saying, well, so much for your bloody 7.9% rate increase. You go and blow it on a system you didn't need to. And the guy that was the chief executive of it was the one that said it. It's not like it's some think tank out there or somebody. He was chief executive for running the place. Do you understand how difficult that is for us to sell it to a public when those comments come out? And didn't seem to get any much pushback from anybody.
No, I do appreciate it, and it's not something we take lightly, and I think but the appropriate form for that is probably through our lessons learned process and sharing the outcomes of that with in an open and transparent way, because we certainly will not hide from it.
Okay. My final question quickly then is, I've found in politics the number of people who are prepared to be honest after they've left where they were working or when they were no longer a minister or not standing for Parliament or whatever. Can I just check, is there any of you that are likely to tell us a very different story once you've quit the roles you've got? I just want to get it in advance of when you do tell us that it was a disaster, and is there any of you likely to do that? Okay, I'll leave that open.
Thank you, Joe.
Oh, the mayor, sorry,
Thank you very much for this. I was looking at the timetable slide, and it doesn't help me when I'm out there in the community talking about the benefits of the City Rail link when it says that the travel times on the Eastern Line don't change? Like there?
So
Is that day one?
why we say the travel time to Waitemata station is the same, your trains are going along the same route towards the city. I think the biggest benefits for Eastern Line users will come from more frequent trains, so trains coming more often both off-peak and from day one during peak times. And also then obviously the ability to stay on the same train and connect through to the new station. So if your constituent is getting on in somewhere on the Eastern Line and their offices nearer to Waihoro Tube Station in Midtown or Karangahape Station near K Road, they will save a lot of time getting to their ultimate destination. But the trains will take about the same amount of time to reach Waitemata Britomart as they do today because they're following the same lines and the same stations.
Oh, thank you. And also, I think that is a good distinction in terms of you'll be able to travel to a different destination than what we're normally doing. And then also the fact that it won't be bus, train, it's just straight train.
Yeah, absolutely right, and that's the big, I guess, outcome of that east-west service on the new network is it's a single-seat journey right through the new city centre stations for those eastern users.
Oh, that's great, thank you. And also, I'm one of your volunteers for the evacuation. I'll be playing woman and a dog.
Thank you for volunteering.
Richard?
Kia ora and thank you. A few questions like Joe, and I think it is cognizant to try and explain that slightly different way about the benefits, because I think it can sound confusing, but for a lot of people, the 1 kilometre walk to Midtown from Waitemata will be gone and you'll be able to access different things, universities, whatever. So once again, it's sort of like making sure what we put up there doesn't immediately look like a negative when actually there's huge positives. Like the West concern last time has now been fixed through the, and obviously the media played up how bad that was going to be, but actually you've fixed it through the testing, but I'm not sure we've sold that back to the community again. We've fixed that issue through testing. So if we could have a bit more, I don't know, I've liked the videos and things coming out lately, but is there a plan to once again kind of give a methodical view of where you're, I see those maps online, but it's not quite like you're traveling from here and it's going to be this, like, much faster. Or this is the different types of, these are the types of benefits you're getting from Albany to here or Monaco to here.
A couple of, I think, things to say. We have some communication out at the moment focusing on the new network and the connections. The thing that we are working on at the moment and plan to make available to people in the lead up is a sort of journey planner tool similar to what you can use today to plan how you're going to get around, but with our preview to City Rail Link journeys. And so we think that will really help people be able to go and see how their individual journey from their home to their destination will improve, and for a lot of people that will show in a way that's very tangible to them some of what we're trying to capture examples here that are quite high level, but also let them know, some of those journeys that will be easier or better, like catching a bus on the Northern Busway on the NX2, getting off at Te Waihoro Tube, and then it's a very short trip to Eden Park Stadium, for example. They'll be able to sort of see how some of those journeys would change, and we'll obviously be promoting that and really encouraging people to go and check out how their trips will improve.
Thank you. The other question, it is along the same vein of everyone else, and I know that none of you are here responsible for what Sean Sweeney said, but I will read you what he said to us at the time. The extra funding and additional time for completion is primarily due to COVID impacts, time lost on site, the knock-on effect of the supply chain, resource materials, cost of steel and concrete, labour costs. People need to remember that Auckland, we endured 2 level 4 lockdowns, 280 days of restricted working conditions. We lost 3.2 million hours through illness with 800 workers sick. Request for extra funding. I'll just go through it. How do you, and I don't want you to comment on the personality, but I mean, for someone who was paid $940,000 a year when he left, to say he was not experienced and would have saved us $2 billion if only he knew. I mean, how do you guys deal with that? You're now having to face us with this kind of, this what he said in that interview is completely the opposite of what he said when he was sitting in your shoes. Like, I feel totally furious that someone can be a part of this project for 6 or 7 years and then jump out and, like, I'm not saying you to personalize it, but how do you hear that and then know that that's not true? Like, surely it's not, we could have just shaved magically 2 billion off when we were told and shown completely the opposite.
I think our approach right now is really not to focus on that. Our focus is to finish the project, have it open for Aucklanders, and really that's 100% of my focus and my colleagues' focus, and I really don't have time to dwell on Sean's comments, even though I know him well, obviously, having worked with him for a number of years. But this is not the time and place. I think our role is to finish the project, and I think Aucklanders wouldn't want anything else.
Okay, that's cool. And yeah, that's a good answer. It just, I guess, as Councillor Williamson said, people coming to us when we're trying to celebrate this asset is a huge frustration. The other question I have, and I know you're not going to give us the dates, but things seem to be tracking well. Are there missing gaps? Are you using this kind of extra time to find other things? I see you've been testing what happens when the people are in the toilets and the power goes off, all sorts of different things. I mean, that's a good way. Are there additional things you're finding out through this testing process that you hadn't seen, or your overseas examples hadn't picked up? Or do you feel like you're tracking along the line of what you hoped?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I think we're not finding any fatal flaws at this point. I might jinx it when I say these things, but no, so far, I mean, you're always going to have some learnings, but generally speaking, nothing that can't be remedied and keep us on track. It's just an intense period. This still, I know I've said this before too, but it's a fairly intense period leading up to hopefully handing over a safe and reliable railway to Mark and Bevan. That's our job, and we're getting, you can sense the finishing line. Coming back to your earlier comment on Sean, all of the comments that we're receiving from the public are extremely positive and just can't wait for the project to be open. And that's really, that encourages us and focuses us on finishing successfully and well, and having a really, because I think Aucklanders will be excited when they get a chance, as many of you have, to come through the stations and see the finished product. They're going to be very proud.
Thank you. Last question, and that was because of my question, because people are pretty excited, but it was disappointing. Last question, I've heard some of the background. I sit listening to the City Centre Advisory Panel. They're really keen, and I'm hearing a lot, what is the plan for people having a look at the stations, walking through them? What is the big, I know people don't want to spend money on events right now, but actually my dad still talks about being trundled across the harbour bridge in his pram, when he was a baby. Like that the excitement that will come, people might be sceptical of that, but we do need, what does the event program look like? What does the safety look like? How are you going to get people who've never been on a train before looking at it in those first few weeks? Because I think that even though it'll cost a lot, it's part of the return on investment to make sure people see what they've been paying for 10 years.
Can answer that one if you like. So we recently brought proposals around this to the sponsors group, so to Mayor Brown, Deputy Mayor Jessie Simpson and the ministers. So our plan really is focused on the community during the opening. We're proposing to have public open days for planning now, to have public open days for the 3 stations fairly close to the opening as the public's opportunity to see those before the opening. I guess aiming for a couple of outcomes to be achieved from that. Obviously, Aucklanders get a chance to see it. I think we know that Kiwis kind of love this stuff. The One NZ Stadium reported that they had 32,000 people through there in Christchurch when they had a public open day. So we think there'll be a lot of interest. I'm going to work closely with the business associations. We really want that to be something that brings something back to the city centre and the precincts that have been impacted by the construction. So Uptown, Karangahape and heart of the city really closely involved in that. And also it's also about how we make sure the operations work really smoothly on the first day. So a bit of an opportunity that's not on that really crunchy day one, for people to have a look at the stations and see them. So we are putting that plan into place now. We plan to offer large numbers of tickets. It becomes a big event where we do have to think carefully about safety and security. But that's all the work that we're putting in place now, and obviously balancing making it a great event with managing the costs appropriately.
Okay, last question on that. Will you be able to show us, and probably proactively, to avoid that several $100,000 spent on event, and show us it was security, not champagne for politicians or whatever? You know, that I think public will understand the first part, but they won't understand flashy stuff for the officials.
The short answer is yes, and the budget for champagne is nil.
That was nil, just to...
Craft beer, no. Toe.
Kia ora, gentlemen. It was me that blurted out, and obviously you know who it was, Wednesday opening. I'm a huge fan of this. I think in 30 or 40 years' time, when we look back on it, we would have said we should have done this earlier because of the benefits. But I have a major concern that the Western districts, where I live and breathe, and lots of people out there feel like they're being diddled out of a great opportunity. How come we were promised frequency akin to the other stations around Tamaki, and it doesn't look like we're going to get anything like it?
The frequency that's been proposed, certainly within a few months of opening, is at 7.5 minute headways from the west. So that is equivalent to eastern suburbs and also from the south. So absolutely trying to make sure that there is no differential between different parts of the region, and everybody's getting a good level of service.
So you're saying that we're gonna get the same as everybody else?
Yeah, the east-west is linked, it's connected now, so the frequency is the same.
Can I just also add in there, it's not only the frequency, the travel times are substantially less. The travel time to Waihoatu and to
you do not have to go down that route with me. I didn't ask about that. I asked about the frequency, because we were being told at the beginning that it would be this amount of time between each train. I'm not arguing about it's going to be better than it is now. Of course, it's going to be better than it is now in terms of trip time. I accept that. But there is what's left of my hair. There are a few strands. Lots of things. I just worry that you have a line from Henderson or from say Swanson, where we could drop off people from Helensville. Are you aware of an offer by a private company to open up the line and use their trains between Swanson and Helensville? And Kiwi Rail said no. And what's going to cost anything for Kiwi Rail?
If we're talking beyond Swanson, then I understand we've committed to meeting that organisation or whoever once we get CRL successfully open and see what the offer is. But certainly Kiwi Rail, as the asset owner of the infrastructure, have been fully involved with any discussions around extending further west, and that has been a topic for a number of years. So I don't think anybody is saying no.
Well, at least, I'm happy that you can guarantee that the people of West Auckland are going to get a train every 7 minutes or thereabouts. So thank you very much.
Julie.
Kia ora. Sorry, that ended a little bit more abruptly than I thought, Toe. Right, so I've got a couple of questions around the testing scenarios, and I too am super excited about this. And Sarah's covered off some of the stuff about disabilities and the different types of Aucklanders that we have that will be using this. I was wondering specifically around micromobility and whether you're having some people coming through who are moving a bicycle or an e-scooter. One of the things that I'm a little bit nervous about is once things get going, we find that we have to restrict the ability for people to take a bike or an e-scooter on to only specific services. Sometimes that has happened in places overseas. So is that something that you're including in your testing scenarios?
We might have to get back to you. I don't think that that is a part of the testing scenario. And of course, if you were on a train that suffered an emergency incident, you should leave your bike behind and evacuate
Sure.
your person safely. But I'll have to come back to you on that.
Yeah, I think that would be useful. And also just a scenario where, for example, people have a lot of luggage. I mean, we already have that on trains when people are going to the airport. I've seen people move some crazy stuff on public transport, mostly buses, because that's what I catch, like chairs, like a whole chair that a guy was carrying and then he would sit down on inside the bus. It was quite cool. So I'm just interested in, it will be useful, I think, to perhaps include some chairs and other large objects in some of the testing that's to come, as well as bikes and e-scooters, which will be much more likely. The other thing I was wondering about in the testing is whether, obviously you're focused on evacuation, but I'm thinking about smaller scale safety scenarios. So, for example, incidents of self-harm, which we know is an issue on our rail network in particular, but also worker safety scenarios, situations where, you know, there's a fight happening on the platform. Are you testing those kinds of things as well?
I think the short answer is yes. Maybe we can come back with more detail on exactly the scenarios. I know that some of them include that have been described as public disorder incident in the station.
Sure.
So it's not just about, you know, a fire and a fire evacuation. And some of them, particularly the smaller ones on the list that we had there that are a bit smaller in scale, are those kind of things that would happen in a station and might require a response by a combination of the station staff and emergency services.
Great. I think having Waitemata, formerly known as Britomart, as currently our only sort of station like this, I think it's really important that we do some testing of those different kinds of scenarios, because they will play out quite differently in that underground context, I think. The other thing, a couple of other things were Councillor Hills has mentioned some stuff around comms and information that we can use around the benefits around some of the, obviously travel times and what you'll now be able to access more easily. I was thinking too about some of the design elements that we're seeing, some of the public conversations that are happening. My strong suspicion, and from my one tour that I've been able to do so far, the information I've had is that often what looks like a fancy feature actually has a practical purpose as well. So things, for example, like dealing with the overwhelming sound that you might otherwise have in a space by having a pretty ceiling, if you see what I mean. That would be another story that I think would be really useful to tell. So is there any plan to look at some of those design elements, telling the story of their practical as well as their often cultural references and things like that?
We definitely have the plan to help people understand the significance in the design. I think we probably have to just take as a point of feedback that some of kind of incorporating what the practical functions are of some of those features as well. Thank you.
Yeah. And then finally, I'm particularly interested in, and this is not necessarily something that will come out through the evacuation scenarios, the emergency settings, but I'm particularly interested in the thinking about how moving large numbers of people to and from Eden Park is going to work once things are fully operational. Historically, in terms of train stations, people have used Kingsland, But actually, Mangawhau Station is going to become a really important connection. And my sense is that, in particular for people with mobility issues, it's probably going to make a lot more sense for them to come through from Mangawhau rather than Kingston, which is quite restricted, only having one lift and things like that. So is there any thinking and work being done with Eden Park about how some of those scenarios might work, what some of the comms might need to be? Because people will automatically get off at Kingsland, but actually maybe we need to get ahead of that. Yeah, so what are the thoughts on that?
Obviously, there's a whole new service pattern being put in place for CRL, which we touched on today, and that makes special event management at Kingsland and Eden Park a lot better for the customer, a lot better experience, because you'll be able to get direct line, for example, east, whereas you obviously couldn't previously. So we're currently developing those special event service patterns on now that the timetable has been confirmed, and now that the structure has been confirmed around the services. We are engaging with Eden Park as well, so yes, that work is underway.
Great. And just to make you aware, there's quite a lot happening in that space at the moment. There's obviously the changes that are coming for them as a stadium and the way that they operate that have come through from central government. There's comprehensive parking management plans being looked at. There's a whole lot of stuff there's about 3 or 4 different things as well as this all operating in that space at the moment. So I'd really encourage you to involve the local board in those conversations, because they're sort of pulling all of those different strands together. And yeah, I think we learned from the tattoo that when we had a whole lot of people coming to Eden Park who weren't necessarily the traditional users, we had a really good discussion about that with AT back at the time. Through this committee, where we had a lot of people who caught the Northern Busway, got on to the train system, got spat out at Kingsland, but didn't have an experience of doing it that way before, perhaps had more mobility issues. So I guess I just point that one to you as a particular example that could be well looked at for how you go on with those conversations. Thanks, Chair.
Shane?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I was looking at your website, and specifically benefits and costings, and I note a really awesome chart there, which I'll actually allude to when we get to debate. But you've listed an $11.9 billion economic benefit as a result of the CRL. Can I just ask where that figure has come from? Is it an internal measure, or has it been checked by someone, or can you talk me through that a bit more?
Benefits analysis was put together with help from PwC. So that's, there's been a couple of reviews of that over time. And I think Barry might comment if there's a further review to come. But yes, it's something that's looked at on a regular basis.
Yes, there is a update of the benefits realisation, which will come to this to the committee in July.
It's fantastic. I reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Greg?
Thank you. Just through the Chair, just the conversation we had a little bit earlier around questioning around the West and that potential to run passenger rail further out from Auckland, maybe, Huapai out to Helensville there. What's the role of the gentleman sitting in front of us here? What's the role in terms of advocacy, or do you have any role with Kiwi Rail? I know when we've had the Kiwi Rail in here and we've had the chairman here, he's been quite clear on a number of times that once CRL was open, that would create capacity and resourcing, that they could have a better look into the potential running passenger rail out from there. So the question is just in terms of your role in helping advocate for that. Do you have any role in that, or do we need to pick that up ourselves as an organisation?
Oh, look, I can definitely pass that back to management and all that around that. I know we've had discussions around looking at potentially, if you look at the south, obviously there's growth nodes down there with Tuakau and Pokeno and so on, and we're also looking at the Golden Triangle, so electrification for freight services all the way to Tauranga and all that, and that would then enable EMU services to run further. Up in the west, You know, we've obviously got growth nodes there at Huapai and Kumeu, Waimelku and so on. We used to run a trial service out there back in the early 2000s and all that, just to test the waters and so on. But again, the biggest constraining factor there is the Waitakere tunnel and all that. It's too small. It can fit freight, but it can't fit the gauge for EMUs because of the pantograph and the OLE. So that would be the big thing to have to tackle on that there. So, but in terms of advocating for it, yes, KRL would be keen, and we're always talking to Auckland Transport around how we're going to develop the network further and all that. So, absolutely on that front. But also, you know, obviously you're looking at it from the council point of view of where your growth nodes are, how you want the city to develop over time and all that, and we need to feed into those discussions with you.
Well, look, thank you very much for that offer, and if you do that, I'll make sure it gets followed up from this end as well. So, thank you.
And I want to make sure that we stick on CRL, which is the point of this update. No further questions. So someone like to move? Thanks, Chris. Seconder, Shane. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Great to have you here, and keep up the good work. And at some stage, we look forward to the magical date, and it'll have people leaping and bounding and enjoying themselves immensely. Righty ho. Any debate? So, Christine.
Thank you. And I am not wanting to focus this debate on opening days, except to note that having gone and funded myself to go and look at a few lines around the world that were opening, they have followed textbook practice in terms of the testing, and I want to applaud them for that. I also don't want to talk about the limitations that have frustrated me enormously in the crazy governance structure, the lack of accountability that has allowed people to drop the ball, and the failure to look at the whole site, you know, whether it was Panuku responsibility or CRL Limited, and the frustrations that we did not deal up until, you know, the end of the Gulf area. We didn't deal with wanting to talk about what the operating costs were going to be, or the grade separation, or any of those things. And I am certainly not wanting to give any airtime to one Sean Sweeney, because he, when I asked a lot of questions, and I have followed the CRL for a very long time, was quite disinterested in those matters that I raised. So my preference is probably to have a think about those who have supported us as we've worked our way through this, because the old quote of success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. And what we're hearing today is about making this, and that is not to say that we shouldn't be doing reviews, that we shouldn't be doing other things, but we need to have this opened safely for people. And what you've heard today is the comfort of knowing that everything is being done to ensure a very safe opening. So for me, I want to, because there will be others who will really want to talk about these things later, I want to talk about two people in particular that have actually navigated this to allow us to get to this point. And they're not high profile, and very often we gloss over things, but I think that my former colleague as chair of the Transport Committee might agree with these observations that I'm going to make. That's John Watson. When John and I were given the opportunity to look at the committee when Wayne Brown was elected, the mayor with his delegations and so forth had another director intended for that committee that was the Transport and Infrastructure Committee of the time. And with the knowledge that we had, knowing that the CRL was going to be far and away the most important piece of work that we would be responsible for, we pleaded for Barry Potter to actually be the director. And I really want to acknowledge formally today my immense respect for Barry, because he has quietly shepherded this. He is not responsible for all of those other things that I don't want to focus on. He is not responsible for the crazy governance structure. And it is really interesting to me that some of the people who imposed that lack of accountability in my mind on this were those that were never really supportive of the CRL in the first place. But having made the commitments, we had to see it through, and Barry has been our man. He has not had an easy time. I know that he has had personal challenges during this journey, but he's never dropped the ball. And I want to really acknowledge him today for the work that he has undertaken for us. The second person I would like to acknowledge, and I got to know him very closely while I was a director of Auckland Transport, is Mark Gilbert. He's very quiet, he's very unassuming, but his institutional knowledge of things transport goes back to about 2000 or 2004 or sometime around then. And that attention to detail and that real understanding, we wouldn't have got to where we are today without it. So, I mean, there are others that I would like to mention. The current CEO has done a great job. I'm not going to make references again to the former CEO, but I would like to just commend this to you, because while there has been a greater spend than any of us would ever have wanted, this is transformative for Auckland and for all of those who had the courage, when it wasn't fashionable to champion the CRL. You know, the Len Browns, the Mike Lees, and all of those others, I just want to commend them. But without the leadership that we have had from those quiet people who have been making it work behind the scenes, I just say thank you. It's going to be a great success, and there'll be a cast of thousands running around and clapping and things a bit later on and worrying about the opening day and so forth. But we acknowledge you today, so thank you.
Thank you. Shane.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, real honour to be speaking about this, but yeah, before I begin, there were numerous questions around the comments in the media from former CRL boss, Mr. Sweeney. Look, I don't want to dwell on it, but I have to say, mate, if you were the CEO, you own the calls around costs. That's you. So to come out in the media and say that kind of stuff, I thought it was extremely unhelpful. I thought it undermines staff and colleagues, it undermines the mood of the city and in the project, and I wouldn't want that sort of stuff to happen again. So very, very disappointing comments there. Speaking of strange, I think we have a quite strange relationship to this project sometimes, because we get these updates, and month after month we get questions that are very negatively framed about the CRL and value for money, all this kind of stuff. And I'd respectfully suggest we do have a role in questioning and testing assumptions and risk management and all those good things as part of governance. We've got to do that. But we really need to get behind this project publicly and share a positive vision for it as well. That's also part of our role, to be champions for the city. The benefits of the CRL, they're all available online, and they're really something. I'll list a couple of them. Overall economic benefits, $11.9 billion. A $594 million benefit to travel time for road users. That's great. That covers the whole city. $4.2 billion increased productivity and economic output for Auckland. How good's that? $4.5 billion travel time benefit for public transport users. Think of the economic downstream effects of all of these things. It's great. It's fantastic for the city. There's more on the website. I only did my favourite ones, but there's other ones there too. And it's a huge benefit to the city at a time when our economy is really struggling and we really need the help. It's a great timing to open something like this. And especially, I mean, it's going to have effects on jobs and businesses all across Auckland, and vibrancy for the city as well, especially places like Midtown, where there's been years of us desperately needing to do something about the area and to help it and promote it along. this will really help. So it's not just the economics, but it's the opportunities we have in housing and in city shaping projects, civic pride. You know, I'm sure you guys are the same as me. Wherever I go, someone's asking me about the CRL. Nearly every day someone asks me about it. It's exciting for the city. So I would just urge us that in these discussions and outside of the room and with the media, we have strong, positive, champion approaches for this. I can't wait for the CRL to open. I'd urge my colleagues to actually get excited about it. Thank you, Chair.
Point of clarification, Chair. I need to apologise. In my frustration, I referred to Mark Gilbert, who was actually a director of Auckland Transport, who was a champion of electric vehicles. My references were intended for Mark Lambert, who is in the room here with us. So my sincere apologies, and I would like it recorded that it was Mark Lambert that I was referring to, who worked under David Warburton. Thank you.
Yeah, all good. Thank you. Ken.
Thank you. I just, the public want to measure this project and its return to Auckland on practical outcomes. I listened to those gentlemen from Rodney where they said that they mentioned in their discussion about getting the full value from present investments and from present spends. And I agree with the staff people who presented this, who said, let's work forward. That's good. That's what we need to do too. I do, though, want to pull back to the Western Line and to what we can add to that Western Line to make it better and more productive for everybody in the West and for Auckland in total. And I do want to remind people that the general manager, I think it was, of Kiwi Rail acknowledged that there had been an offer to use diesel locomotives to extend the reach out, maybe even as far as Helensville. And I do want to remind people that it's my understanding that the Swanson Tunnel had its floor lowered to take high cube containers, so it is not a huge obstruction to stretch a longer reach of the Western Line. So I'm really looking forward to us being able to add to this as quick as we possibly can as we move along, so that we really help push those key performance indicators out of the CRL once it's up and running. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments. So I'll put it, those in favour say aye. And against carried. We're going to break for lunch now. I was hoping to be a little bit further through the agenda than we are, but we're not. And so we'll break for lunch and we will... Sorry? And we will be back here at 10 to 1. Sorry? 1 o'clock. We're back here. You'll have to hurry, and we'll be starting right on 1. 2 minutes if you want to grab your drink and get another sandwich. Right, thank you everyone. We're going to reconvene right on 1 o'clock. So the first item up after lunch, Claire, is set to go, is the approval of the shareholder comments on the AT Public Transport CCO draft statement of intent. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. So as just outlined, this report is to approve the shareholder comments on the draft statement of intent for Auckland Transport and the Public Transport CCO. You will recall that last month Miriam Dean from the Interim Board presented the draft statement of intent to this committee, and at that meeting she outlined that the board had not been in the role a long time. There were areas that they were seeking some further clarity around, but she answered a number of your queries at that point. Shareholder comments are focused on the alignment with the statutory requirements set out in the Local Government Act and also adherence to the letter of expectation and elected member feedback that we've collected on the way. There is a reconciliation table attached which shows how they have responded to the letter of expectation. And in summary, the Transport CCO has particularly responded quite well. But there are areas where targeted improvements could be made and where we are suggesting that they are made. And that is around, in summary, legislative compliance with the new Act, the Transport Reform Act and the Local Government Act requirements, ensuring that there is strategic alignment with the recently adopted Transport Policy Statement and any decisions made as part of the Transport Transition Programme, making sure that the final SOI aligns with annual budget decisions to be made shortly. Work with us around their performance measures and targets, and we've already had one conversation this morning around that. Provide some greater detail around their key priorities and our key priorities like special vehicle lanes, network optimisation and standardisation. Include more deliverables and milestones in the final SOI so that we can adequately measure performance. And for the public transport CCO component, to strengthen the emphasis on growing patronage and better integrating rail and bus services and realising the benefits of CRL. It's important, the report also highlights that it is important to understand as we move into the new governance arrangements that in finalising the statement of intent, we will have shared responsibility for a number of the performance measures and targets, and we do recommend that that's kind of explicitly stated in the final SOI. So I'm happy to take the rest of the report as read and answer any questions.
Thank you, Claire. So, yep, Desley.
Sorry, thanks, Claire. In the performance measures, I mean, that last point around shared responsibility between political and non-political. So I suppose how will they be demonstrated? How will the CCO demonstrate efficiency when outcomes are partly dependent on council decisions? How are we going to report back on that? Because it'll be a little bit different, won't it?
It will be a little bit different, and I do spell it out a little bit in the report. But essentially, there will be measures. So patronage, the patronage target will be dependent on council upholding its commitment in terms of implementing the bus lanes, investing in the signalised intersections, and where those measures are dependent. We're just asking that there is recognition of it, and then if they are not meeting those targets in their quarterly performance reporting, they need to state why. And it might be at that point that it's clear that it is actually council that is not delivering.
Well, if I may, it's that they should always say why they're not measuring them, but I kind of wanted some really clear delineation between, them and us, for want of a better word. And you're confident that we will see that?
I think we will be able to see it, but I don't know that it's going to be as clear a delineation. There are instances, and it is one of the reasons why we have asked that we can see what is in the work program coming up and have more detail on the deliverables and the milestones, because what's coming up in that roading program does influence what is planned in the public transport CCO.
Okay. And my second question is, are you expecting any back office savings as a result of this work?
As a result of the transport transition program, I think probably Phil might be better to answer that question than me.
I think there are some areas where we're going to reduce duplication. There should be some efficiencies out of it. Until we're a bit further progressed, I don't think we're clear exactly what those are. But just reminding as well that some of those were already anticipated in the business case around group shared services. We might be arriving at things through a slightly different approach, but effectively we've already banked that within savings targets, and I cannot promise you there's additional efficiency-driven savings coming out of the reform otherwise in that area.
I just wanted to make sure that it was in
in at least the short term, yeah. That goes to that discussion we've had about get stuff into its new operating model and then work on it hard from there.
Okay, there's no other Richard?
Sorry, I didn't realise there was no one. I'm not sure if it's this or the next one, but I will ask anyway. Just how is the response, and I know it's operational, but the response to the change document, and how seriously will feedback be taken? I know there's some concerns about gaps, active modes, things like that. How does that process play out, and is it realistic that it's really important? I'm assuming it's really important that people put really clear feedback in, because I can't remember how much. Quite a bit of change happened the last time there was this restructure, wasn't there?
We're right in that process now. The consultation process is live, and submissions close on the 25th. Will it be taken seriously? Absolutely. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on camera needing to say that. It will be taken seriously. There's already quite a healthy volume of inputs come in, and there will be a lot more to come in this kind of final week. And I will share with you in due course what the headlines are, at least at the key themes coming out of it. It'll be broad though. There'll be feedback on all facets of it, I can guarantee.
Definitely. There have been, what I've heard is a few surprises. So I guess you're saying there is scope and time for those things to be addressed before the D-Day kind of.
Yes, absolutely. There's actually quite, we were talking about this yesterday, and including with Stacey, who's at the back of the room, and I acknowledge, we're working to a timeline that has some quite good chunky time for us to consider, reconsider, even if necessary, do some further consultation if something materially changes and we've got to go out and test it again with folk.
Cool, thank you. And last question, maybe rumour or not, but there might be a few people around this table keen on some last minute big cuts to the annual budget to try and magically keep rates down. But what changes in this direction here if suddenly people put up some cuts to public transport and in cuts to routes when we've got City Rail coming on board, all this kind of, it kind of at a time we need to be investing, not.
I think my guidance would be to caution you against not getting ahead of the discussion tomorrow afternoon, where that's really the focus.
Cool. I guess I'm more meaning what is listed in here is quite different to what other people might be thinking.
So we have got in the recommendations that that it does align with any final decisions, made in the budget. And there is time within that sort of process to the final SOI for the Transport CCO and Public Transport CCO to take that into account. Obviously, if it was a substantial change, then we would be looking perhaps more at a modification process to the statement of intent.
Maggie?
Kia ora. While the feedback of Haukura has been noted, what assurance can be provided that existing Māori commitments and outcomes will not regress through the transition, and how will those commitments be explicitly protected within the SOI rather than left to future operational discretion?
So what we have asked them to do is consider the feedback and include it as appropriate in their response. If it is not satisfactory, or if through the performance reporting that they do on a quarterly basis, we consider that it is not meeting our expectations, and that's when we raise and have those conversations.
Okay, and just one other question. The last presentation I've shared previously regarding the broader impacts of investment into marae infrastructure. There was a really good case delivered the last presentation we had. Is there scope for a more proactive approach towards marae and community infrastructure within transport and accessibility planning, particularly given its importance to resilience, connectivity and Māori outcomes?
So I know that when I have gone back and asked Auckland Transport around their investment, they have noted that they've put it at 1 for marae work, but that this year that they delivered sort of 2 in that space. In the future, some of that activity is actually coming across to Auckland Council to deliver on, and so again, it will be through the kind of performance mechanisms within Council to make sure that we are following through on that.
Okay, how are those priorities currently being weighted within investment decision making?
I would need Auckland Transport to come and answer that question directly.
All right, thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions, so thank you, Claire. Someone like to move? Thanks, Morris. Second. Thanks, Chris. Is there any discussion on this? None. We'll put it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. Next item is the AT Q3 performance report. Rebecca, in your new role. And Stacey, welcome. All yours.
Kia ora koutou, ko Rebecca toka ingoa. You all know me as one of your lead advisors normally, but today I'm here presenting to you as Principal Advisor in the CCO team, supporting Claire Gomez for the next few months. Stacey and I are here to present the AT Q3 performance report to this committee. The performance report shows mixed performance results for Auckland Transport for this quarter. AT have met 16 of the 24 SOI measures. 7 SOI measures have not been met, and these pertain to public transport boardings, utilisation and fare box recovery, as well as safety, formal complaints, Māori procurement and capital expenditure. Financial performance for the year to date is favourable overall, reporting an operating surplus of 34 million, which is 26 million above budget. There's also been an improvement in capital expenditure, tracking at 81% against budget. However, this is still not meeting the targeted spend. I'll note that at the Q2 performance report, deep dives were requested into AT's capital delivery program and the public transport performance. These have not yet come back to committee, but they are on track for the next TID committee on 23 June. 40 out of 42 deliverables are reported as on track or completed. The 2 deliverables off track pertain to temporary traffic management worksite signage requirements and improvements to the ferry network. We noted some data and reporting anomalies within our report for fare box recovery ratio and complaints. AT staff have since addressed those since publication of this agenda, and they'll be reflected in the year-end performance report. I'll take the rest of the report as read and I'll hand over any questions to Stacey.
Thank you. Questions? Yep, Desley.
Do you want to go first? Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for your report. My question is, what actions are delivering the best value in increasing patronage and fare box recovery?
Thank you for the question. What actions? I think in terms of the frequent network, the constant upgrade to that has been paying dividends in terms of getting more people on board buses. I think because we had that planned approach with Rail over the last couple of years, train services has seen decent patronage, so sort of above the SOI target that we set for it, which is good because we have had more trains on weekends, so that's working. The obvious is that public transport has enjoyed what I would call increased patronage due to the fuel crisis. And so making sure we know what, is out there and people understand that. We've been marketing the network a lot more, as well as the $50 cap. That's definitely demonstrable in the data. I can see that, on average, there's probably about 30,000 free trips happening a week on a non-public holiday week because of the fare cap. So more people are taking advantage of that. And of course, the tertiary concession. Since we introduced the upgrade in terms of the 40% of the tertiary concession, it's 36% above same time last year. And actually patronage over the last few weeks is sort of consistently at least 8% above where it was same time last year. And that seems to be quite stable. Of course, we've had good weather too, and that always plays a part. So the gap that we've seen in SOI for patronage is decreasing week on week because of these factors. Yeah.
Thanks, Stacey. Take it the fair share has gone out from you guys from the list that we gave you?
Yes, absolutely. So we're at 107 for fair share now. I know on the report it says 93, but it continues to grow. Recently signed Auckland University, and of course they have a huge staff there, so circa 10,000 people. So that's currently being rolled out as well. So there's been some really good uptake. We've seen businesses coming back too, wanting to do more for their employees and actually increasing the subsidy that they provide. So no, it's getting good traction.
Good. And my final question is, what measures are in place to ensure that delayed projects do not lead to cost escalations or reduced benefits?
It's constantly reviewed in terms of what that looks like, and I think you're seeing the forecast was at 80%. We've got it to forecasted now to 90 in terms of that. So we are at risk at the moment in terms of what I would call, due to the reform process, that we're losing key staff, particularly in areas of the business relative to capital. So that's something that's on a watch in terms of that, albeit we are monitoring it very closely, and don't foresee that there will be any large cost increases. The prices the teams are getting are still very competitive compared to a few years ago.
Shane.
Thank you. Just got a couple. Thanks for all your work. We had a discussion this morning around rural roads and DSI, actually. And I'm just wondering whether there's been any data or advice commissioned around why the DSI number is so high for rural roads, and especially in Rodney. What are some of the crash factors that we should be looking out for? Because there's been calls to maybe increase support in some way. We need to really kick the tires on that. So that was a long-winded question, but why do people crash so much on rural roads?
Great question. We have those dashboards, as you know, by local board that can help support the intelligence around that based on facts. So happy to share those, particularly for Rodney or the other rural areas in terms of that. So, I mean, it does demonstrate too, though, because you've got lesser movements, but they're at a higher speed, right? So you've got higher speed network. What you probably want to measure against is how does that look against other rural areas of New Zealand versus the urban, right? Because I think that's probably an important consideration.
Yeah, thanks. That's really useful. So anything you can provide, I'd love to check it out. My second question is, with public transport patronage rocketing upwards, has this presented capacity issues on our network? And are we nimble enough if a route might be over capacity and needs some help? How can we respond?
Yep, it's it's being watched on the daily like we would usually do during March, so the same sort of basis on that, and it's being monitored to see where we need additional capacity. We don't see that at the moment. We don't see that there is huge capacity challenges out there, but are we able to respond if there is? Yes, there is. We have brought in some more electric buses in order to support diesel consumption reduction in terms of that, so that enables more fleet to be put on other areas if need be. And so it is a constant watch area, yeah.
Thank you, that's really wonderful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Okay, thanks. Under your highlights, there's something here called dynamic solutions. One of the things that I've been trying to get is more action on dynamic lanes and intelligent intersections. I think you've kind of confused the two together in order to get a good number. My understanding of this is 6 projects with dynamic right turns. In terms of dynamic lanes, I think you've only done 1. And I'm wanting to see a huge increase in focus on dynamic lanes and intelligent intersections. And in terms of the CBD, we've had some stupid intersections, and we've improved it by just removing some arrows painted on Wellesley Lane, on Wellesley Road rather, street, which did more about improving east-west than anything else in my statement of corporate intent managed, even if I had to paint them out myself. So can we see, and perhaps I should have asked in the SCI one, a bit more focus on dynamic lanes and intelligent intersections? And if they can't do intelligent intersections, can you just please say so and we'll get somebody who can?
Noted, Mayor. I'll note those comments and take it back to the SOI. I know there's a big pipeline, so it's probably a chance to have a wee look and see what's in there versus intersections, lanes, SVLs. I know that there's still quite a bit more to come in SVLs, but like you say, they are different.
Well, I've been banging on for a while because I thought that they aimed low and achieved less. We're on to aim high and achieve most would be really good. We had a wee while and we were addressed by the people of Rodney and about why their, PT right at the end there, end of the trip, is hard to make money from. Do you report or look into Rodney specifically, or would it be better to perhaps have localised trips provided by a secondary subcontractor in smaller vans, or not?
I don't think we've looked particularly at that. Yeah, can we? I did note those comments. I was here, so I made a note to go and check what the patronage looks like on those as well, to see.
It is.
Yeah.
I think you do quite a good job in the urban areas, so I'm not being critical here. But when you do go out right to the end of it, you really wonder, is anybody really catching a bus into town every day from Wellsford? I'm sure quite a few maybe go to Warkworth, but that's a separate thing from extending I think it needs a different look, and that's what they're suggesting. And I don't know the answer. I'm just suggesting that somebody like you who does know what you're doing has a look at that, if please.
Will do, Mayor.
Thank you. Maggie.
Kia ora. You've highlighted the underperformance pertaining to the Māori outcomes. What actions are being taken to ensure the outcome is materially improved?
Yeah, it's a great question, and yes, you'll see that there has been a change there to the decline of it too, in terms of the categorisation, and so that is something that, of course, is always going to be a challenge to make sure that we have that representation in the businesses that of the work that we do that attracts. And I think because a large portion of our spend is attributed to public transport, you've got quite a limited number of operators and not necessarily owned locally by Māori or Māori-owned businesses, and that makes it quite challenging and continually challenging. So in terms of that, we do have a dedicated team that work with the sector in order to ascertain the health of the base that we work with, particularly from capital projects, and so we can do more targeted initiatives to help support increasing that spend.
And that is something that's actively being pursued. Okay.
Thank you. Julie?
Kia ora. So my question, I have two questions. One's a very short one, which is just the local board transport safety tool. It has a much longer name, but hopefully you know what I'm referring to. It was great to have a run through of that. I think it's super useful. It's available online, not just for decision makers, but also for the public. And it's a little bit non-intuitive. What's that? Counterintuitive? No. Anyway, it's hard to run if you haven't used it for a little while, as I discovered when I was trying to look at it the other day. And I think also it would be really useful for the public if we had like a little video of this is how you use this tool, or we did a little webinar or something like that. Is that something that the team is looking at? Because I would love for this really useful data to be more accessible to people.
No, that's a great call out, councillor, and I'll make a note of it, because you're right. If you don't know how to work it, potentially it's going to be a bit of a challenging. So we'll take that into consideration, see if we can get some comms out there with a little video.
Yeah, that would be great. When the team ran me through it, I was like, I'm sure I'm going to remember this. And then I went to look at it today and was like, oh, I really don't remember this. So I think that would be great to make sure it gets wider use and is more useful, because it has got great data. The other question is a much bigger picture one, which is you sort of touched on the increased risks and so on from the general fuel situation. I wanted to ask what, if any, conversations have been had with central government around aspects that they could potentially support AT on, thinking about the fare box recovery ratio, any subsidies for PT that you had in Q3, and whether those have continued to evolve. Are those happening directly from AT, or is that happening through council, or both?
From us, we're definitely having conversations with NZTA. Like, our initial ask of them was really, of course, from a funding perspective, ongoing in terms of what the next year looks like, but also in terms of how our indexation mechanism works with our operators, because they're on a 3-month lag. So there, from a cash flow perspective, that can become quite challenging for small operators. So they have supported us to be able to provide, not that all need it, but to be able to provide a monthly mechanism whilst this carries on, in order to support that cash flow aspect from an operator. From fares, no, we haven't had any what I call targeted conversations around that. The commitment really has been to keeping public transport whole. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And then another question on the that's related to the fuel stuff is there's a number of bus priority lane changes, improvements that were consulted on and have all been signed off and stuff, but they still haven't been rolled out, and I really expected that to happen in Q3. I'm thinking particularly of the changes for Dominion Road, and really keen to understand why that hasn't happened yet. I have asked some questions, but the responses I've been getting have more been in the vein of this is what we're going to do next on pop-up bus lanes and stuff if we move into phase 2 or phase 3. I'm actually asking about the ones that are already signed off, but seem to not be getting rolled out. Any insight on that? Because I think now would be a great time to do that.
I'll take that one on notice and get back to you in understanding what that list is and what's happening over the next few months.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Morris.
Look, very quickly, first of all, a bouquet. Can you thank Richard Harrison for some of the public transport data he's given me, because it's been really useful to track. Given the attack on Iran started on the 28th of February, we've still not got 3 months of data. And I can see that from previous years, because I'm plotting a 7-day moving average, there was always this massive boost in March, always, obviously university going back and so on. What is it, the figure you are confident of in terms of the percentage of public transport use we've got over and above what would normally be that growth that occurs in March? How much more have we had in public transport use than the normal March growth.
If I look at it on a month-by-month basis, you're right. March is always, you get this big hockey stick in terms of patronage uplift before people settle into their patterns and not go to uni or whatever they decide to do.
Right.
Yeah. And what we've seen is particularly through April's a good example in terms of that. So it's 8% up on last year. Now, if you looked at the months prior to the fuel crisis, yeah, it was very, very static. There wasn't a lot of growth, yeah, and that was representative across actually New Zealand. I think we were the only PTA that had decent, small growth happening over those months prior. So I would say that there is a large attribution in terms of the fuel situation. We've seen it in cycling as well through April. There was a 20% uplift, 5.8% above SOI. Obviously, you've got holidays and things to put into that, but I was just looking at the numbers before that came in, the daily numbers, and they were 8% up. Yeah.
That's as far as April, you're saying?
No, that was today.
As of today?
Yeah, so that was yesterday's number. They were 8%
Okay.
up same day last year, and that's pretty consistent. And actually, the last few weekends have been considerably more than that on the weekend days. So we're getting a lot more people because we've got trains happening on weekends.
What I noticed is the drop away that occurs on this didn't go anywhere near as deep as it did in previous years. The drop away at the end of March was a really big drop. It has gone about halfway down and stayed down. Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you. Chris?
Thank you, Chair. My question is under the quarter under consideration. What, if any, work was undertaken by AT on the Lower Hobson Street flyover?
That's a great question. I will get back to you, Councillor, on that.
In what timeline?
I'll get back to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Richard?
Sorry, some great figures here. One, obviously, that is concerning is the DSI. Obviously, that related activity is coming to the council. Are there any emerging themes? Is it speed? Is it around schools? Is it much being looked at on a regional basis, or do you look at those numbers on an individual basis at the moment? It's obviously too early to look backwards, but
We look at it on all bases in terms of that and the themes, and they're still obviously really high in terms of what we call people outside of the vehicle, sort of incidents happening. So vulnerable road users, yeah.
So there's an what's the word? Overrepresentation of people walking and cycling still.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we feel, and obviously the GPS has cut back on safety walking and cycling, but do you feel there's enough in the budget going forward to be addressing some of this? Or is there I'm trying not to make it political, but are there things we could be doing as an organisation to be changing that dramatically, or are we a little bit stuck with the way it's funded at the moment?
Probably best not touch on the funding, because I think that's always going to be constrained. So I would encourage the committee to think about what are the various levers you have available to you. And you can see that enforcement has substantially improved over the last few years, which is good in terms of that. But there is, technology out there that can help support a much safer roads and streets that I would say, with advocacy could be deployed at scale and invested in, because that's a key determinant, because you're never going to have enough, road police out there. You're never going to have enough transport investment into various things. So you've got to think about how you can create a safer network through behaviours as well, and that's a big lever.
On the electric buses, and it's great to see you're beating your year end 3 months early. Is there anything else that can be done to try and bring any of next year's forward at all? Obviously, this diesel situation is going to continue, or are you doing that with the companies anyway?
Yeah, no, we're doing that anyway. So anything that's was due to come in actually in August, we've actually brought in early. Yeah, and we're continuing to accelerate that where we can, and that's one other thing that we're doing as well, is in terms of taking diesels off peak and using the electric fleet that we have available in order to reduce fuel consumption. so trying to target it more.
Question on that. So there are some of the OPEX positive is because of national ticketing not coming on stream. Is it, and maybe this is too big a question for a quarterly report, but are we revisiting that? Are we looking at why we are doing that? It does seem to just be a very expensive thing that I personally can't see the benefit for Auckland. I might be wrong, you might have a different view, but I'm a bit, like here it's seen as a positive because we haven't spent the money yet, but we're gonna, are you confident that that's still a good thing for us to be doing, be involved in? Is there any way out of this?
At this stage, we're committed to the national ticketing system, and we're sort of working with the the ticketing program team at NZTA in terms of that and what it's going to produce in the timeline. Of course, it's definitely been discussed multiple times, and including in media, about the delays with the program. We've had to do some workarounds in terms of our own equipment on our buses, what we call our BDCs, the bus driver consoles, and upgrading some of those to make sure that we can collect fares ongoing, because it's been challenging with the ageing equipment and delayed investment in terms of what we have. So it's a constant sort of a watch in terms of that, but they seem to be getting better progress in terms of their program.
Okay, and last question, Chair, thank you. Just on the budgets, and I'm not asking you to jump into our decision making, but there is some rumours that people might be looking to pull PT funding and things through the annual budget without consultation. But I guess, what is your view right now in the confidence with City Rail Link, with Eastern Busway, with a bunch of things coming on stream, of where is probably a good place to invest? Is PT still a good place to invest, and is this year the time we should be, continuing that?
So we're veering into LTP discussion in here, and so it's not for Stacey to respond to what people might or might not be going to do in our LTP. So let's stick to our quarterly report if we can. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I guess my question is, the investment is working, right? Are we at risk right now? Like, do we need more investment with City Rail Link, Eastern Busway, other things going on? Do you feel confident we've got all those feeder services ready to go, and whatever day everything clicks on?
Yes, I feel confident of that, and that's probably one thing that sometimes get missed when we have the City Rail Link updates. Obviously, that's a huge change to our rail network, but it's actually a big change to our network as a whole. And so some of the other things that we have to do leading up to that is there's 55 bus routes that need to be changed in order to meet the train timetable. So, particularly off-peak and, evenings, it becomes really important, so that piece of the work is underway. I think your investment is paying off, and I've said it before, the Qatar investment in terms of upgrading the bus network on that frequent bus network really demonstrates, uplift in terms of people going on those services, and that is a good investment. One thing that we can all do is keep it consistent, I think, for the next while, so that Aucklanders can capitalise in terms of the investment already done on City Rail Link, and make sure that they have options to get on board. Yeah.
Okay, Lotu.
Kia ora, thanks Chair, and thanks team for your quarter 3 report. First of all, really positive to see the uptake in fair share and our PT concessions as well, and the community initiatives. And I believe Auckland Council comes on board with fair share starting tomorrow. Yep, so that's really positive too. I just wondered, I couldn't find it in the report, but if you could give an update on the rollout of the protection screens for our drivers. I'm really mindful that there was, just at the start of this month, another attack on a driver. And I know it's not in the report, but if you do have an update on how the screen rollout is going, and also de-escalation training for drivers as well. Kia ora.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it is going really well, and it is making a difference. Do we still have pockets where screens are not there? Yes, we do, but they're getting less and less. So we're on target to have it completed by the end of June in terms of what our initial commitment of 800 is. And so the new fleet coming in is also replacing some of the aged stock, and they got factory fitted shields in place and protection for bus drivers. And so I think it's gone really well. It's been well received. in terms of that. In terms of de-escalation training, that's always going to be your number one thing in order to prevent any VTA on board, and that's constant. It's constantly people needing to be retrained and trained on that to make sure that they feel like they've been equipped with the tools. A piece of work sort of going forward is actually creating what I call a consistent customer service guide for our drivers in different languages, and also making sure that we're equipping them with the right tools in order to be able to do the job safely. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you, that's good to hear. Thanks, Chair.
Joe?
Oh, thank you. Congratulations, Rebecca, and also congratulations, Stacey. I wanted to ask about the community initiated projects. They seem to be quite successful, and a large number of them. Are there any learnings from that for how we deliver other projects in Auckland Transport? Is there a scope to extend it when we have the new transition? That's what I wanted to ask about.
Everything done with the community is always going to have a much better result with the community in terms of that. So yes, that has been very successful, and I guess in terms of is there scope for more, it is really up to the committee in terms of where you put your funding with the LTP into, yeah.
Okay, and then I see the savings made for road safety engineering. Especially, I suppose it's a good thing that savings have been made, but then again, it's not a good thing because we still have intersections that are quite unsafe, or we still have the same problem in Pamua, Pakuranga, where people are going into the wrong lanes at those intersections. So I'm not sure, I see we've made savings there. Can those be used to help fix the intersections that we do have where people are experiencing problems?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take offline with you in terms of what intersections you're mentioning, so I can get you some proper feedback on that and whether they're in the pipeline. Yeah.
Thank you. And does Auckland Transport have a position on bike life? I mean, they're kids on bikes. Maybe they're not legally doing it, on the roads, but is there any support for them or anything like that?
I can't comment on that.
Okay, thank you. There are no... John?
Yeah, just a quick one, Stacey, if you don't mind, just to do with how the procurement of the zero emission buses work. Our total's up to 358 now. So we AT buys the buses and gives it to the operator. No, the operator they are buying them, so that every single bus that capital cost is figured into their contract. So all those electric buses are purchased by and maintained by the operator then. Okay, thanks.
Okay, no further questions. So thank you, team, and for your report and your work. Someone like to move? Thanks, Richard. And second, Lotu. Any discussion? None. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. So the next item is the 8.4, measures that contribute to transport emissions reduction program, so pathway. So you would have seen yesterday I sent out some Chair's Recs, which I'm going to move and Morris is going to second. Look, I think it's well known what the views are on this and why we're going through this, so I'll just ask Phil to make a few comments.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's a slightly unusual step for me to speak at the front of an item, but I did want to make a couple of comments before you get into the substance of this. I need to acknowledge that quite some time ago, the exact month escapes me, but it was quite a while ago, there was a resolution passed requiring us to look at this and report on this, specifically what Auckland Council and Auckland Transport believe are realistic measures they can implement associated with emissions targets, how they're delivered and how they're funded. So that's kind of context. So what I wanted to do was acknowledge that there's been a very lengthy period of time between that resolution being passed and now, an undue delay, and to apologise to the Chamber for that. Today, only partially, to a limited degree, meets your expectations in passing that resolution, and that's why there's a chair's rec to bring this back in July. And leading to the final thing I wanted to say, which is, and without going into all of the wider discussion about TERP and climate change, climate emissions reductions and so on, just commit on behalf of the organisation to bring it back in July, and all with a view to getting ready for an informed discussion through the long-term plan process, which is really the time frame for you to contemplate how much are we investing in this area, what therefore should we expect in terms of measurable progress, and how do we understand TERP itself in terms of the balance between it being, if you like, sort of aspirational and a pathway as it's framed, versus a cold hard plan that you can and should expect measurable progress on in proportion to the investment that you make through the LTP. So sorry for the delay, apologies for that, and there's a commitment to get it back on track. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you, Phil, and I just want to acknowledge, your counsel and your wisdom as we've discussed this and as of last week. So, look, are there any questions in regards to this? No. So, any discussion? Okay, Morris.
I'm going to be very careful here because I've got written notes. I do not want to stray, or my emotions might make me say some things that I shouldn't. The resolution was passed over a year ago, Phil, on the 8th of May last year, and it did actually ask us to get Auckland Transport to report back to us just simply what you said. What were realistic things we could do about emissions? How would they be implemented? How would they be delivered? How would they be funded, and so on? It wasn't anything to do with a policy change. It was just what AT thought we could do. That's all I phrased it as, not to do anything. I accept it's a long-term plan issue where we will have to trade off against all sorts of other priorities for funding. What I couldn't understand is the moment that it got moved and seconded, officials behind you, in the video you can watch, went into a tailspin. I didn't understand why. They just went round and round, and we had two. If you go to look at the minutes of the meeting, we had two adjournments while we tried to accommodate what officials wanted. And we ended up adding only 4 words to the original resolution, and Auckland and Auckland Council be added. In other words, it was only AT, but officials finally pushed, after several other attempts at amendments and didn't get them, they finally got the one amendment was that they got included into it. So that's how it started. When I went to AT meeting the following week, I've got the date here, I think it was the 19th of May, Dean Kimpton said to me, well, we're all ready to go. We've got a big list of things we think are doable, achievable, we can fund them, or we can get a fast sort of support from the government on them and so on. Our problem is that officials at Auckland Council do not want us to proceed. That's what Dean Kimpton said, and I checked with him again. It was at the Auckland Transport Board meeting, so it's recorded. And what happened from that time on? This disappeared completely from the radar. And I believe that a resolution that is passed unanimously at this, whether you like it or not, you obviously voted for it at the time, it does not deserve to have radio silence and disappear from the screen. So I've tried to resurrect it a few times. I've raised it with you, Phil. I've raised it with you, Barry. I've raised it with you, Chair. And so far, it's been just the most egregious process of trying to get some response. I got told by both the chairman and by Barry this was already in the forward work program, and I felt embarrassed because I'd looked at the forward work program every month and hadn't seen it there. Turns out it's not. We were all misled here at this meeting when you were told it was in the forward work program, and it wasn't. And I've now got admissions to that. And all I can tell you is that if I hadn't been re-elected at the last October election, this would have disappeared into the ether and never been seen again. Because that's where it stayed. It wasn't reported to anybody. It wasn't recorded by anybody. It wasn't in the matters arising. It was just gone. So I finally got it to be brought back here. And the first excuse I've had from officials here at Auckland Council is, oh, well, look, we're so busy with the transition, we haven't got time to do this. They wouldn't have even been in this debate had they not inserted themselves. This was for Auckland Transport long before the legislation had even been introduced to Parliament, to give us a feeling for what we could do. Because what's currently in TERP, I'm sorry to say, you have got to have been smoking something really good if you believe any of it's got validity. A 550% increase in public transport use. You cannot be serious. A 50% reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled, private vehicle, by 3 years from now. A 50% reduction in vehicle. So we've got to get rid of the old TERP. And why? Because on a number of occasions at the Board of Auckland Transport, when I put up proposals, I've had them immediately say, sorry, councillor, that can't be done because it's not in compliance with our obligations under TERP. And so I want to get a realistic set of emissions that we can all sign up to, and we can balance them off against all of the other priorities that we have in a long-term plan. Because it may be they're more important than some other things, and it may be that they're not. I thought that the actual request I made was a very good first step in that direction. We would get from AT what they thought was doable. We could then use that as a debate to begin informing ourselves for it. Mr. Chief Executive, can I tell you that I just cannot believe we run a process where things can disappear, and no matter how many times a councillor raises it with various people, it just still stays in complete oblivion. And I just determined I was not going to let this pass. I was not going to let it stay in oblivion, and I was going to make sure it was brought back to, and finally we got it. And a final question to you, sir. Be very careful how you answer it. Are you aware of any other such resolutions that have been passed by any of the committee of the whole bodies that have never, ever been picked up after the resolution was passed? I want you to think about that very closely because I've done some research in this area. I'll leave it at that.
And we're in debate, so you don't need to answer that right away. Phil, is there any comment, any further discussion on this? Ken?
Thank you. It's just made me think of something to do with the budget, because we're all struggling to try to work out how we're going to find savings, etc. I know this is not questions, but I certainly have a question in my head about the vehicle kilometres travelled reduction pathway. We were told last term that that was $20 billion to implement with all the things we'd need to do to make it happen. I'll be looking forward to information on how that unfunded policy sitting in the background, which staff do have to consider even though it's unfunded, how that works into our budgets and our requirements going forward. So, I remember at the time being told it was unfunded, but then only 2 weeks later, I saw it referenced in other documents, and that was because I was told that although it's unfunded, at the bottom it said that the staff have to consider this in all their operational decisions going forward, which then does drag in cost. So I'll be looking forward to investigating that as somewhere we can find savings. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to remind people, we're talking about what's on the screen, and so we don't want to get bogged down into talking about stuff that will be coming in July. So, Daniel?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think that the approach that's been recommended here by you and by Councillor Williamson is a helpful way forward. I think that the initial report that required the so-called embedding of this policy framework which I don't think is particularly well quantified in the initial scope of the design of the TERP, made it quite difficult for the council officers to actually report back on a way forward for implementation. So whilst it may well be the case that the information hasn't been well reflected in a timely way, and others can have their own view about that, I think that, to be perfectly frank, requiring what looks like a rather unfunded mandate to be embedded in all sort of planning and transport investment decisions in perpetuity, or certainly to give effect to a 64% reduction in transport emissions, it's quite a challenge for the chief executive and the officers to be able to deliver something that you can quantify in an easily and digestible way. I look forward to the advice being received, because I actually do think that there are probably some quite useful things that can be done which would contribute to the reduction in emissions, possibly some quite low cost interventions that could take place. And I think that will be helpful and informative and hopefully move this debate forward. But thank you to you, Chair, and to Councillor Williamson, but also acknowledging the fact that the Chief Executive and the officers clearly do take responsibility for this and will hopefully move us forward in a constructive way.
Thank you. Julie.
Kia ora. I'm playing catch up a bit on this one. I've been sick for the last week, and I would have liked to have asked some questions, but I missed my opportunity there, and that's on me. I guess I feel a bit like I'm quite confused as to why, and I know you explained this in your email, Andy, why we would reject rather than withdraw the report, and I feel uncomfortable about the message that a rejection sends. I think that, in what I've heard from the speakers so far, is how can I put this? A skepticism about whether the transport emissions reduction pathway, remembering what TERP stands for, as it was passed back some time ago, some skepticism about whether that document itself, that pathway itself, is worthwhile. And I worry that a reject vote today may be interpreted by some as a rejection of TERP, when I know that's not the intention and I know that's not the wording. But I'm just conscious of that, and so I'm weighing up. Sorry, I've got a teenager in the background making their lunch in a noisy fashion. I'm just weighing up whether I can vote for knowing how it may be misinterpreted and misrepresented. And I want to bring us back to the fact that the work that TERP outlines in transport emissions is one of the biggest challenges our city faces, right? The biggest lever we can pull on climate action, which we need to do as a city, is to reduce our transport emissions. This is not easy stuff. This document is aspirational, and it will need to change and evolve. And I'm not against that. I'm not against getting measures and that kind of stuff. So I support B. But I think I do want to acknowledge that at the heart of our transport emissions reductions pathway are concepts that potentially quite radically change the way our city works. And there is a difficulty, and I would have asked staff about this if I'd pushed the button fast enough. There is a difficulty asking staff to give us information about that is useful and thought through, while they are also in a process of radical change of the governance of transport for this city. And so I have some sympathy for them there. I can see why that's been difficult. I guess I would ask, and obviously, this is rhetorical, I would ask that we actually remember that we have a couple of other tools in our toolbox here, other than just getting an agenda report on this, that could be used in the interim while work is underway. And I understand the frustration that something was passed in May, I think you said last year, Morris, and hadn't yet been reported back. I shared that frustration over the issue of level crossings, for example, where we repeatedly asked for information and workshops and stuff, and it kept getting pushed off and pushed off. And eventually we got there, and now it is in train, if you'll excuse the pun. But I would just note that in the meantime, while we wait for that stuff, it doesn't have to be radio silence. And that's where I think this committee could usefully have had and could continue to have some workshops, some briefings, some other sessions. If an agenda report that goes into that, the level of detail requested, is difficult to do, we have other tools in the toolbox. And yeah, I'm going to leave it there, but I just want to signal, Chair, I'm uncomfortable with rejection because I fear that people will miss out the words between reject and the transport emissions reduction pathway that clearly indicate this is just about the report. And I do not support rejecting the emissions reduction pathway. It is absolutely essential for our city. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any discussion? None. I didn't withdraw it because there was a clear resolution. There were a number of conversations that were held in between times, 2 months out, saying this needs to be a good report, and so I didn't withdraw it because we didn't get paragraph 7 in the report itself was a tipping point. So there's been no further discussion. Yes, Richard.
I won't go into it because I think the debate will be when it comes back. But I just want to point out the resolutions from 2021 and 2022 were also not followed up on. And my frustration has come out every year on this, around renewals, around people's willingness to change based on if we invest. The ask for Auckland Transport, the TERP actually came from Auckland Transport and the RLTP in 2021 when they sat here a number of times, and I remember Councillor Henderson, a bunch of other people going, what is the emissions on this? What more can we do? How can we change? What will it be? And we keep saying, oh, that'll be done through an emissions reduction plan aligned with the government's emissions reduction plan, which is aligned with the Paris Agreement. And it kept going around in circles. So then eventually we said, well, should we do one? And it was actually Auckland Transport who passed, they did it in a partnership with Auckland Council, and Auckland Transport actually approved the transport emissions reduction pathway before we did. They approved it, and then we approved it, and it was overwhelmingly supported in 2021 and 2022. And I guess I'm disappointed that what hopefully will come out in July will show that many of the things we asked for, even if it was just advice, it was advice, but could we zip? For 6 years I've been asking if we could zip the renewals budget with some of the new capital program, because we get a massive roading renewal, and then 3 years later we go, oh shoot, we should have put a bus lane in there, and then you rip up half the curb, and you know that's happened a number of times on the North Shore where a program of work comes in after a renewal, and the whole community goes, why did you rip it up and not do it at the same time? There was a bunch of information of where we should invest, could invest, and that didn't come. So hopefully in July, some of that is shaken out, because I think, yes, we were thinking of emissions, yes, we were trying to attach it to what is the unfunded Paris Agreement, much like the unfunded ROMS program. There are a lot of things that are aspirational and a direction that you fund parts of, or you fund programs, or you fund projects. But I've been disappointed that a lot of the things we asked for and supported over 2 terms haven't come back. And I guess with Auckland Transport coming in, we will be in charge of some of that. But I didn't necessarily think the report was not saying some of that, but I would like some more advice and understanding on what that is. Because look where we've ended up. That we are, where we've followed our progress, which was through the Qatar, through the frequent bus network, through the electrifying of our bus fleet, we are saving a lot of money on diesel. We're spending over $1 million extra a week as a council family because of the diesel increase, but that is buffered by some of the work that the TERP helped push for. So, You know, if you don't want to look at it from an emissions standpoint, look at it as a cost reduction plan, which our council vehicle fleet and also the bus fleet are making huge savings for us from a money point of view. And if we had been able to push forward with some of that, and the government hadn't cut back on a bunch of the investments that were originally promised to us, then maybe we would have made some more gains in that space. So I'm interested to see what comes back in July. I do feel uncomfortable just with I've never seen a reject before, so I'm not sure I'll support reject. I think we could have accepted the report and asked for further information, but yeah, thank you.
Okay, no further commentary. We'll put it, those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
Can I just be noted against on A, thanks.
And I'm the same, thanks, Chair. I'll put it in the sidebar.
Okay, next item is the status update on action decisions. Someone like to move? Thanks, Desley. Second, Shane. Any discussion? None. Those in favour say aye. The item following this is the dreaded Forward Work Programme. Someone like to move?
Yes.
Who was that? Oh, Desley. Second, I think, Lotu. You got a question, John?
Yeah, just a quick question, and I don't know if you've got an answer, Mr. Chair, or who's the appropriate person. Obviously, there's a lot of debate and commentary in the media and indeed in community about the forthcoming announcement on the second harbour crossing. Now, I don't know if we've got a formalised position on this. I seem to recall back in the time of Mr. Goff there was some reference to, supporting whatever the government was putting up on the basis that the council wasn't getting asked for any money. That was about the extent of it, I think. So I'm just a little perplexed as to, in light of the city deal and whatever it's called, and our consultative role, how we can make an informed comment. Now, the mayor is the leader. He's at liberty to go and say what he wants to say. But as a council, we haven't looked at the options. We're, in my view, we're woefully ill-informed, and I include myself in that, in terms of what was the tunnel options, what clearly is a bridge option now that appears to be garnering favour, and different locations of that bridge. So, in light of the significance of this decision and the fact that the government certainly seems to be moving to making some sort of decision, I'm curious to know, in all our works and workshops and everything else that goes on, if and when we are going to consider the second harbour crossing. And I'm hoping, Barry, you've got an answer as always.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, look, we're engaged with NZTA. We're trying to get a workshop or a session with NZTA and this committee for them to walk through what they're looking at. So that's work in progress at the moment. We don't have that confirmed yet, but that's what we're working on.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. So that's what they're looking at, and whatever that option may be. As far as us going outside of that, is there any allowance for that? Because, as I said, we went through this to a limited extent with Mr. Goff, with the tunnels. So how broad is our view going to be in terms of what the potential options could or could not be?
Yeah, and I've had a conversation with NZTA about that and said that the council view must come from the council, and so that will require them coming to us and presenting what it is that they're proposing, and they've agreed to try and do that.
I had a question coming up anyhow, but an answer to that. The first thing that they've agreed to do is a 30-year plan, and somehow or other in that the bridge is part of a 30-year plan, so we've got to have a debate about how we're going to get across the harbour, and that's up to us to decide, so we'll come back here. The other thing that's missing here is I just got a letter the other day from the Minister of Railways, which is Mr. Peters, and the Drury Railway Station is not going to be part of AT, whereas all the railway stations are part of AT. for the, much the same logic that we're not having people coming from India. I don't know, it needs to go into the forward work program somehow or other, because we need to have a discussion to find out.
I think you'll find it's largely an accounting issue in terms of an asset sitting on the government's balance sheet suddenly being transferred somewhere else, and so the delays to do with that.
Yeah, but it has implications, an operational thing, because Stacey's agreed to push for increased advertising revenue and other non-fair revenue, and now there's a squabble over who gets that or who does it. So it's unhelpful to have two stations different from every other station just to solve an accounting problem in Wellington. So I think we should add that if that's possible.
Yep, there's 3 stations. Yeah, look, it's landed this week. And so, any other questions on the forward work program? None. Put it. Those in favour say aye, and against carried. The summary of information memoranda. Someone like to move? Thanks, Desley. Second. Thanks, Bo. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye, and against carried. Thank you, everyone. That closes the meeting. See you again in June.